Hello, 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 everybody. How are you doing?
Hey.
I have Mallory with me. Hi, everybody. I'm just waiting for the my other screen to update for me. There we go. All right, now I have my chat open. Go ahead, hon.
I just said thank you for having me. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. You're so good at research and everything. I'm really happy to have you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, guys. So I'm going to say hi to a few people in chat, and then we are going to get going. Carol freaking Claus. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, let me go over here and do that. Here we go. Hi, Carol. How are you? Hey, Michelle, you're first. That's right. And K-Braze.
Hey, K-Braze.
Hi, Ellen. And yes, everybody, thank you for being here. We really appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Devil Dog. Hey, girlfriend. Truth Matters. Hello, hello. Mary Jane Doe. How are you doing today? J Lord. Hi. Hey, hey, hey. Leoza. Hi, how are you doing? Hi, Thomas. How are you today? Hi, Doc Doc. Good to see you. Hello, Angel. If you've come over from Mallory's channel, welcome, welcome. Mary Jane Doe, hi. How are you doing? Thanks for coming. I'm talking so friendly that my dogs are coming up to my feet like, what, Mama, what? Are you trying to talk to us? We're down here. Hi to Lula. Thank you so much for joining today. Let's see. MK, hi, how are you doing? Hey, Too Fast, Too Fleas. Didn't I just see you a few hours ago? Feels like I didn't sleep after all that. All right. Okay, so let me go back up here. All right, so today, man, I want to thank Mallory and FOFA very much for helping me present all of this information. They are search queens. We've been sleuthing and sleuthing and sleuthing and digging and digging and digging to get to the most, the most concise information. I think one of the most important things is going to be on the new documents. There's a lot of misinformation about the new documents, so we're going to break that down. Leah Larkin and CC Moore have a lot to say, so let's get to it, everybody. Let me get this going here. Give me just a moment.
Can you hear my fan?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Sweet.
Okay, guys, I'm going to play my short intro, my shorter one, and we will begin in just a moment. I want to do that just to give people a little more time to roll in. Please hit the like button when you come into chat. Thank you so much. Here we go. Nah, I don't want to play that one. I don't like that one. That one has a cuss word in it, and it's Sunday. I'm not doing that today. Hang on. Here we go. Well, I just checked it, and that's the new one that I uploaded without that one cuss word in it. Didn't upload, so never mind. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see. It is Sunday, y'all. It's the beginning of a new week, and I'm not even going to worry about playing any intros. I didn't even notice the cuss word myself because it's just no big deal to me. And somebody let me know that they could hear it, and you have to really listen for it. But I don't want to offend anybody, so I'm going to pull that one and just redo it. It's part of their song. Nefx is a YouTube channel that provides free music for YouTube channels, and they've got some really good stuff. I love that song. Love it. So I'm going to pull it up in my editing software and like snip out that one word so I can use it. Yes, no cursing today. We're going to try anyway. My last live almost got pulled, and I think I'm just feeling paranoid because my last live, I had, I was doing great at it, and then I got a like a warning. You're starting green, and then if you go to yellow, then you could easily go to red, and they could pull your live. All we said was the word for the red stuff. A couple too many times, I guess. It was crazy. So YouTube is really cracking down. So I want to make sure that I follow the rules. I would be so embarrassed if any of my lives ever got shut down or something. So, all right. So where do you want to begin, Mallory? What do you think? Should we start with the new documents, the IGG stuff, or?
Well, I think the new documents could kind of lead us into the rest of the stuff. So
yeah, okay.
Like
that's what I was thinking too.
That kind of leads into why we were digging in the other areas.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Oh, I see. Hey, Jesse, how you doing? Thank you for joining. Good to see you. Laced in Perfume. I like that name.
I do too.
OCD Shaggy, thank you so much for being here. Is it Knox Girl? Hi, Tony B. Sweet and Salty, thank you so much for coming. All right. I know, me too. No, it wasn't you, Jesse, at all. I know. It feels like censorship, doesn't it? It's ridiculous. Like somebody was saying, was it you or somebody else that told me that like the mainstream media, they can say pretty much whatever they want, wherever they want. They can say all the words for all the bad stuff that's going on, and their channels are fine, Hello, Canadian cat lady.
I don't know if they're as monetized, though, if there's more to it, you know what I mean?
They are monetized. I went to them. They all have the little dollar sign, just like we do.
Oh.
So
well, I don't, but yes.
I guess they're under like some different set of rules because they say all the words. They don't use cuss words, but they use all of the, the K. Instead of saying, red drum, they say the real word. And it's just so dumb that we have to like have a chart in front of us of what words to, self-censor, but whatever. Okay.
Right.
So you guys are going to have to bear with me on this because it's going to look like a lot when I pull it up. All right. But it's not. It's going to explain not only what happened with the defense last notice of hearing where they dropped a motion, but it's going to show you exactly everything that's still on the table, everything that's going to be brought up at the next hearing on August 18th. So I'll be watching chat for any questions. Mallory, if you see any questions, let me know. I'm happy to stop. Okay, so let me, I'm going to share my screen. All right. Now I'm going to pull it up. Now, all the stuff. All right. Do you see all these tabs up here? These are all the documents that are in play for the next hearing.
Ugh.
It's a lot. So I'm just going to kind of work backwards and explain a little bit. It won't take me very long. So
okay.
I try, like a couple of my last lives have been a little bit long, but I try to keep them under 2 hours. Okay, so if you guys notice on the last one from this one, I should have also enlarged all of them. So that's the state. That's what the state is bringing up at the next hearing. And this right here, the motion to compel. This is the one that the defense filed on the 28th of July, and then about a week later, they changed it. On this one, everybody notices that the motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury is not here anymore. Like, it's gone. They removed it. And everybody was like, oh no, he's giving up on trying to get the indictment dismissed. He's giving up on that. But what's actually happened is they're just kind of holding it in their back pocket. Hi, Melissa Jade. Thank you for joining. Good to see you. Hey, Rule Trackers. How you doing? Thank you for being here. Okay, let's see. So just because it's gone doesn't mean that they have pulled it off of the table. They have just kind of backed it away because there's so much in this one right here. And this one. All of these are already set up to be covered. And this one right here. And this one right here are all related to IGG, the investigative genetic genealogy. This is where it gets a little bit confusing, but let's go to the beginning and I'll show you how we ended up right here and here. So don't worry that this is gone. It only means that they feel they got a better chance at getting this, and getting this denied than worrying about the indictment stuff right now. If they were to fail and not get this, then they can simply ask for a notice of hearing. Again, they just do a new notice of hearing on this one. They can always ask for a hearing on anything that they have filed. They don't have to just because they filed it. I know that sounds crazy, but in cases, because I did work at a law firm for 7 years, there would be 10 motions on something, but they'd go through them like one at a time and stagger them around. You never knew what you were going. Because I would just, I would set up the conference rooms for the interrogatories and the depositions and all that stuff. I was just the receptionist and I did some legal secretary work, stuff like that at a defense law firm. And it was really interesting. So, but I do know that just because they pull them off of this doesn't mean that they've actually given up on that. They feel they have a better chance at getting their motion to compel. I'm going to show all of these documents really quick. And they're in order that they happened. A couple are out of date order, but they actually are in, what you would call activity order, if that makes sense. Hello, yeah. Legendary. Thank you for joining. Does that make sense to you? I mean, you know more about that than even I do. What do you think so far?
I think you're very accurate on everything so far. So
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Because like I didn't have a chance yesterday to chat with you about
I know it's
this part of it. So, okay, good. Awesome. So if you just go here and you start at the very top, you can see there's a metric SHIT ton of documents. So to figure out which ones are important, you kind of have to work backwards. So that's what I did with their new one.
Yeah.
You got to pull up that one, and then you got to pull up all these, and then you got to pull up all these. So all those are still in play, but let's go to the beginning. The very first thing filed was that's going to be at play for this next hearing is the one that was filed May 3rd, the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery.
Right.
I'm going to make this big. And let me play with the screen here a little bit. Nope, that's not going to work. That's weird,
Hey,
is it not?
I'm Whittle.
I know, that was strange. I've never seen that one before. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so this one, on this one, you have to go all the way to the bottom to see what's the big issue. Right here. So it's all about the DNA. Let me find the beginning of it. I'm sorry, hang on. Well, it's all about DNA, but there's one particular part. Hang on. Yes, here it is. If you pull up the May 3rd one and you go down to page 4, there's the genealogy testing and search. They want all reports, all communications, all documentation. I mean, everything right here. They want all of their records related to the search, profiles, accounts, family tree information, everything. They want all the IGG investigation documents, notes, samples, everything. Okay. So when the state got this, they were like, oh, I don't think so. We're going to put that under protective order. So that's when they filed the protective order. And under here, I'm going to show you the because there's only a little bit in each one of these that's actually relevant. Oh, I did make a note on this one. Motion for protective order. Okay. So this was filed June 16th. And what they're saying is that Rule 16 of the Idaho Code is broad. They should not have to give this over. Now, I believe that they should, in my personal opinion. I think they should. I don't see the problem with just giving the defense everything that they have. I think they should. Okay. Because, and that's going to be on the last page where it explains that, let me think, because I'm not a genealogist at all. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not anywhere near a professional at any of this stuff. But so I'm trying to speak in layman's terms as a layman, you know?
Yeah.
They're arguing about Rule 16, basically what it boils down to. The state says it doesn't count. It's just a tip. It's just a lead, so it doesn't count as Brady material. But the defense is saying, oh, yes, it does, because we have a right to see everything that you have to see if there is anything exculpatory in there, see if there's any leads that they didn't follow up on, to see if they maybe focused only on Bryan, you know, and if they didn't look for anybody else. So that's what that part is about. And it goes through the whole step process. And I took all these notes. Okay. So go to number 1. So police recover. I'm going to move this so I can read it. Police recover the DNA from the crime scene. Then they hire a company to prepare the DNA samples. They upload it to an open source or a public database. And currently the only 2 that they're allowed to use is GEDmatch and family something. I wrote it down.
Family tree DNA or family DNA tree. Something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Yeah, I think there's only 2. Where did I write that down?
Yeah, there's 2. So it's
My notes are
Jet Match
ridiculous.
and Family Tree. And they technically, I think Family DNA Tree since has actually changed to you have to opt in to allow for the police to be able to utilize your DNA. But it's still technically, it's not something where the police need a warrant like they do for Ancestry.com or 23andMe. But I do know for at least the Family DNA Tree, that one, you have to opt in to allowing them to utilize your DNA for the police.
Right,
If that
right.
makes sense.
Yeah. And a lot of people have said that Bryan had put his own DNA online. He did some genetic testing, and he did, but he did it with was it 23andMe or Ancestry? I'll have to find that article. He did it with one of those 2, and those are specifically not allowed by police. They don't allow law enforcement. So that's another issue that that's why they're trying to dig into. Where did they get this tip? Did they find some back way in to either get his DNA or to get his profile off of one of these databases that they shouldn't have? So that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So the state again is saying that the genealogical tip did not prove or substantiate defendant's guilt. Sorry. Rather, the tip allowed local law enforcement to focus their investigation on the defendant and then obtain independent material evidence of his guilt. And it says specifically, they're talking about the K-bar knife sheath. So then we move forward to, and I'm going to stop for just a second and check chat, see if anybody has any questions so far. We only have a few more taps to go.
I haven't seen a ton of questions.
Okay. Yeah, I see him talking, but
yeah.
So you guys, is this making any sense so far as to where we going back in time to see all the documents? Because all of this is going to be in play. All of these documents that you see on the tab, all these motions and affidavits and letters of support and everything, these are all going to be in play on the 18th. And that's why I'm showing them to you so we can work forward. Okay. And then the defense filed a 3rd motion to compel discovery. And let me see if I 3rd motion. Okay, I didn't put any specific notes. Again, they're asking again for all of that information. They believe it could be a Brady violation if they don't get that information. So then we go to the next one. Again, June 22nd. And this is where they formally objected to the motion for protective order. And they went through where the sheath was found and the DNA on the button, all this stuff. They ran it through CODIS. They could see that it was a male. Now, this part I'm going to bring up in a little bit because it's kind of interesting that this says 2 additional males, but I found another document that says 3, possibly 4, and I found that kind of concerning.
Okay. This was one of the things that I did not find concerning, just as a devil's advocate. But it was one of those things where, for me, there's a lot of people in that house all the time. And it's a college house. So for me, it's like the likelihood that there could have been someone potentially there that didn't realize they were there for a party or something like that, and their DNA is left there, I think can play a huge role in that. And that's why it's not identified, because the person never realized that they were there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I do. Yes, absolutely. Because I see that this only says within the house.
Yes.
It doesn't
Yep.
say
On the
and
body.
I mean, I've always assumed that when they say that they found additional DNA, 2 within the house and then another on a glove outside, like that I always thought that that meant that they found this DNA like on the victims or on the sheath,
Right.
that kind of thing. But it doesn't say specifically, so we don't really know where they found it.
It could be
I
in
wonder,
the corner of the room that they utilized for storage at this point, because that's
right? It could
still
be
within
anywhere.
the house. So yeah, exactly. It's yeah. I don't know. There's just
Hey
that was one
JB,
that it was, I think a lot of people ran with as being a huge thing, where I think there's also, I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm just saying I think there's also a very innocent explanation for what could have been happening. You know what I mean? Or why they're there.
absolutely. Hi, Alex Erickson. Hey, Allie, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Hey, JB. I thought that I saw something like that too, but do you remember what document? I have been focused on only the DNA stuff this week, so it's not coming to my mind fresh. Okay, and Melissa says no, they didn't. It's just within the house. Okay. Well, and now, hi, Reverend Cynthia Hughes. Hi, welcome. Now, she says the other DNA was reported to be found near the bodies. If anybody has, Tiffany, are you needing me to check Messenger? Is that what you're saying? Hey, Betty Joe. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, Betty Joe.
Just in case, I'm checking Messenger real quick. Okay.
You're okay.
Sure, there's no problem. FOFA. I love my FOFA. You guys, FOFA Kat is responsible for helping so much this week on helping get all of this in line. Okay, so this stuff right here is really important to the defense. They want to know what sort of testing was conducted on these other samples other than STR-DNA profiles. Okay, and then we go, oh, it's the same date. Ann Taylor puts in her declaration in support, and she just goes through and just explains a lot of law. There's really no point in reading all that. I could never. Okay, and then this is, sorry, June 22nd again. And this is all related to the third motion to compel and the state's motion for protective order. So that's what they're sparring about. So all of these have to do with those. So this is Becca. Becca Barlow is a DNA consultant for the defense. And she went on to explain so much about how, took a couple of notes off of this document so I don't have to like go through the whole thing. She said that private labs generate profiles differently from the ISP lab. The ISP conducts STR, which is short tandem repeating, which the problem she is trying to explain in this document, if you guys want to read it, is the let me go to the top so you can see what date. This one, June 22nd, where it says Becca Barlow. Read that if you guys are interested, because I found it very fascinating. She said that the profile that the law enforcement would develop is different. It could be a very different profile than what the private lab can produce. That then they would update. The ISP would upload the STR profile to like CODIS, state and federal CODIS. And then if they don't get any hits, they send it over to IGG. She said IGG labs use different technology where individual SNPs, I'm going to try to say this, wow, I messed up on the first word, the easy word, single nucleotide polymorphisms are sequenced. And she said the problem with that is that the SNP and STR data cannot even be directly compared. So there's really no way of knowing, in other words, is what I'm saying, or what she's implying in this document. There's no way of knowing if that's really the profile that they're working with, because you can't compare them to know.
Right.
And she doesn't have access to, of course, the IGG labs to see what they put up there, what DNA profile they started with, or what DNA they started with. And I find that very interesting. I really, really do. And I think it's going to be a huge problem. Oh, and then I found the thing where you said GEDmatch is they're switching over to Verigen Labs. They were acquired by Verigen Labs.
Yeah. But so do you think that the prosecutor knows? They obviously have to know because they've figured out how to get the DNA to where it is now. But like, why do you think that they are protecting the person who potentially broke open the case with the DNA that led to the tree that potentially led to Bryan?
I don't know that, and that's what I think everybody wants to know. I don't think the defense has a clue, and that's why I think it needs to come out. Because, and I'm just going to point really quickly to these important pages of this one, because I think that people have been sleeping on this document. This is more important than I think people realize. Page 5 goes over it. Page 6 explains a lot, and then we go. Oh, page 6 explains how. Hang on. Where is it on page 6? Okay, so sometimes the results will lead to a pool of individuals rather than one specific individual. So there could be several that match at that level, and then they just picked whoever they wanted out of them. So basically what she goes on to explain. And I'm hurrying, guys. Page 8. This one, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says that GEDmatch similarly faced reproach after it secretly permitted law enforcement to search its database to investigate a crime outside the scope of the site's stated list of offenses. Good Lord. Okay. Let's see. And in some cases, both law enforcement and the genealogists that they have employed have engaged in deceptive practices, tricking family members, surreptitiously gathering genetic material from non-suspect family members, or simply uploading an evidentiary profile to a database that does not allow law enforcement searches. So, if you guys remember back when this came out, there is a possibility that they simply went and looked at his profile, and it doesn't say on here, but there was the neighbor that talked about the fact that Kohberger said he did a background on himself. He found out he was of German descent. He talked about his ancestry. So it is possible that they could have just skipped around everything that they were supposed to do and gone right for his DNA, and they don't want people to know that they just went straight to him. They could have gone straight to him.
Technically, then couldn't that be something though that literally gets him off of some of these charges? If literally, because if they illegally got his DNA from somewhere where they legally were not able to get it, anything that came after that from his DNA match, whether that be search warrants for him or anything like that, is going to be fruit of the poisonous tree, which means you're not allowed to use it in court, which means pretty much the entire case is gone. So you're going to need something else that proves that that gives you a reason to get Kohberger's DNA.
Exactly. Oh, I'm done with that one. Yes, exactly. So that is why both sides are fighting so hard, because if the defense can get this motion granted, almost everything's out from. I mean, you wouldn't believe. I'm going to make like a list of everything that would be. We're talking like the whole thing, right? The subpoenas, the warrants after that date, everything would be gone. As soon as they discovered who he was, everything after that would be tossed. So anything that they found at his parents, anything they found in his apartment, all the warrants for cell phone data, it would be over for the state.
Right.
And on the other side, though, if they lose, then the state gets to continue and not tell them anything about how they got to Bryan. And we don't know how it's going to go because this is so new. They've only been doing this. 2018 was the first case, and it was involving CC Moore that helped on that case, where they got their first conviction based on exactly this technology. And in that case, they did not allow the defense to see the IGG information. And it continued on. Okay, so let me see if there's something else I wanted to point out on this. Page 9. They are stating that the material related to the IGG investigative genealogy search is Brady material in that it would provide investigative leads that are otherwise unavailable to Mr. Kohberger. And regardless of what we think, he's still entitled to that, in my opinion. Where's the tip? Oh, bottom of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see it? Oh, bottom of 10, not 9, Debbie. Well, I wrote bottom of 10 bottom. Never mind. My notes are starting to look like doctor's handwriting. 11. 11 is of the argument as well. Let me see what it says. They talk about, the STR profile. This stuff right here, if you guys want to know a little more about this, there's a video. If you go to Harvard Lawyer Lee, her channel, and go back to, let me give you the date. I watched all of her lives on this. I'm going to pull it up real quick for you guys, just to show you who I'm talking about. So if you go here to this channel and you wait for the ads. Okay. I've watched this probably 3 times. This is CC Moore, and she fully explains everything from step A to Z. I mean, she did a great job on exactly step by step how they figure out using IGG with the SDR. It is way above my pay grade. Nope, not going to do it. But I am going to put this link in chat so that anybody else can go and look. So let me do that real quick before I forget. Because it is a great live, but it was long. And I had to watch it like twice before I understood even a quarter of it. It was bad. Hey, Delana. Hi. How you doing? Wikinyatanka, hi. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, Kelly. Salty Sleuth, True Crime Time. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, Roger. Hey, Chicka. That's what I call my daughter. Chicka. Hey, Chicka. All right. Okay, so back to this.
I will say just that in chat, how do you say that name? Wakinya?
Wakinian.
Wakinian? I
Wakinian
love
Tonka.
that.
I think people just call her Tonka.
Okay. She said, otherwise, why is the prosecution so reluctant to provide the IGG discovery? And it isn't because the FBI didn't document it. I will say that aspect of things, that they are fighting to not release, like, it's like a chain of custody when it comes to the information, except for it's not obviously a chain of custody, but it is trying to figure out where it all started, because that is something that's really important when it comes to the gathering of this information that leads to other information that leads to literally where we are now. Like, without that beginning information, we wouldn't be where we are now. So I will say that it does make me a little bit nervous that they are trying to fight it so strongly to not have to do it. Now, I wish that it would just come out and be like, this is how we did it, but we're not going to tell you who due to privacy reasons or something like that. But even then, at that point, you're still withholding information. So it's really a double-edged sword on that side.
Yeah, it really is. So I've got, you said something about chain of command as well. Let me see here. That one yet. This is the chain of command that Mallory's talking about, you guys.
Oh.
From the crime scene, they would go like this. And it's a lot, right? That's a lot of work that goes into one DNA sample. Is my audio still okay?
I'm hearing a little bit of crackling.
Okay, I realized that right after I made it full screen. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I might not want to do that because for some reason my computer doesn't like it when I do that. Okay, so this is the chain of command just for one DNA sample, all these steps that they have to do. And that's the chain of command. So that's also information that the defense wants. They want everything along the way, all the way through all those steps. And then on, where did I put that image? And on this one, I really like this because it explains all the steps that they have to take. It goes from the sheath to the private lab. Well, they tried CODIS first, right? And then they use the private lab, and then they send it to the FBI, IGG. The FBI is the one who did the genealogy related to the family tree. Then they sent it to Moscow Police Department to investigate, because the FBI, IGG is who developed the name. They sent it to Moscow and then they developed. Now, before arrest, then they had the trash in Pennsylvania, which got the STR2 DNA sample that apparently was just what they used here. The comparison indicated that the DNA on the trash belonged to the biological father of the individual who left the DNA on the sheet. So then, after arrest, they take his direct DNA swab and compare it, and it was a match. So this is more like a simplified version. If anybody's following this case and wants this chart, let me know. Just send me an email. I'll shoot it to you. Because it's a really easy way to explain the chain of command as well that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Because that really is important.
I believe.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Ricky. How you doing? Have you guys all hit the like button for me? Hi, Amber Love Reigns. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to get back to the documents for a moment here. You guys holler if you need me in chat or ever. Oh, hi, Julie Dunn. Welcome. Okay, so this is the next document. And again, if you've just come in, all of this above on the top is all going to be in play on the August 18th hearing. It's not going to be, I mean, it's these two. Just to recap for anybody that's just come in. And these. And this. So this part, the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment, they took that off the table. As you can see here, it's not on the new one, the very latest document, because I think we've already demonstrated the DNA and IGG stuff is enough to handle, and I think they have a better shot at getting their motion to compel, which will then they'll probably get a motion to stay, because those still have not been heard. Just because they're filed doesn't mean that the judge is doing anything with them, and there would not be any kind of settling of matters behind the scenes. It all has to be on the record.
Right.
Even if it's like in camera in judges' chambers, it's still going to be on the record, and we would still see something.
Yeah.
We'd still see something here indicating that something happened on a particular date.
Yep.
Like, it would still say something here that, hey, this motion was heard in camera and, whatever. Even if it's sealed, it would absolutely have to be here as part of the record. It's required. Oh, Lord have mercy. Which one was I on? Okay. Not that one. Okay, this one right here. This is the next thing that the defense filed, the notion of filing declaration of Stephen B. Mercer, and he is a lawyer for 28 years. His main practice is DNA and genealogy. Let me find my notes on him here. 6. Let me see the date. You guys, my notes are ridiculous. I should show them on screen. It's embarrassing. Okay, page 3 and page 7 are the important ones on here. Page 3. Oh, I just skipped it. Okay. So he is hired to investigate and understand the DNA evidence and the genealogy. That's what his job is for. And he's been doing that for 28 years. Let me see what I wrote for page. I don't see anything else. I think maybe that's the only thing I wanted to point out. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And then page 7. I know this might seem boring to some people, but it's important to understand what's about to be heard. August 18th is going to be one hell of a court date. Huge. Okay, so the ABA standard, this is really important right here. The American Bar Association has a standard for criminal justice and defense function, criminal justice standards, and the pretrial production of DNA discovery. Sounds like a lot, but this is what the ABA states right here for lawyers, for defense lawyers and prosecutors. These are laws that they're supposed to go by from the Bar Association. The prosecutor should be required within a specified and reasonable time to make available to the defense the following information and material relating to DNA evidence. And so far to date, just so we're clear, the state has not provided any of this. Laboratory reports, expert opinions, laboratory case files and case notes, the CVs for each expert, written material reports. I mean, oh my gosh, there's so much. So if you want to read all of this, there's so much that the Bar Association requires. And he goes on to state that until this case, so far, everybody has always just complied. It's not been a big deal. So he doesn't understand why the state doesn't want to hand it over. But this document is this one. Look for the one for Stephen Mercer, page 7. Let's see. I wrote something, and I'm not sure if it's on this document or not. Forensic genetic genealogical DNA analysis and search. Oh, I just wrote the abbreviations. Okay, so then we go to the next one. It's a lot, isn't it? This is June 26th. The state's request they finally filed their request for the defendant's third motion to compel. And in it, they put, wait. No. This is the one that they requested more time. So in it, they just said they haven't had time. This is all just, nope, haven't had time. So this very same day, the judge granted it. So that means that the motion that was filed back on May 3rd, as of June 26th, the state still has not to this date responded to this one here. The defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. There's still no official response from the state on that request. And they got this more time in June, the end of June.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so July 5th, they finally did the response to this. And in it, they basically said, screw you. Look at this. They wanted more time so they could file that. That's all they filed. They incorporated everything together, all of their responses, and said, basically, fully set forth at this point that they have provided everything that they are going to the defense. So then we move forward, and I bet that really ticked off Ann Taylor. So then we move forward again to July 14th. The state then put in a couple of more documents in support of their motion for protective order, or their motion to not release all of that information regarding IGG and genealogy. I know it sounds a little boring, but it's going to be crazy when the court date happens. Please, Lord, let them put it on live stream. Let me see if I put any notes individually. I really want to watch. Like, seriously, it's going to be crazy. Reply in support. Again, the date. I'm looking at my notes. July 14th. So this one states again, where's my Google search? I did a search for, I closed it, so let me do it again. Idaho Rule 16. So the rule, the Idaho criminal rule is, as soon as practicable after the filing of charges against the accused, the prosecuting attorney must disclose to defendant or defendant's counsel any material or information in the prosecuting attorney's possession or control, or that later comes into the prosecuting attorney's possession or control, that tends to basically provide exculpatory evidence for the defense. So as of this date, they still have not done that. They have not provided any of that. Oh, and then this is, who is this? State's response. Did it give a name? Oh, no, this one is by person. This is just more law. Legalese, all legalese. And I don't understand a dang word of it. They just basically keep saying no, that they're not going to hand over anything, and they want the court to side with them. And another one got filed on July 14th. This one is just basically just trashing the defense's opinion, all of their... It was a lot of shade, basically. It's the best way to put it. If defendant wishes to explore the theory that his DNA was planted, he is free to do so, but the family tree created by the FBI has no relevance to that theory. This is a really interesting document. It kind of explains a little bit about STR and stuff, but they're basically still saying, again, in this one, they're not going to give anything. So then we move forward. And again, you guys, all of these are going to come into play on the 18th. Now, Rylene, I'm almost done, and then I'm going to hand the floor over to you for a minute.
Okay.
So this is the lab manager for the Idaho State Police. She did a good job explaining everything very briefly and very succinctly. I loved it as far as her opinion on matters. And then we move forward again. Now we're almost to the end here. Leah Larkin. I wonder if CC Moore is going to come into play at all in this case. Leah Larkin, in all of my research on her, she's new, but don't discount her knowledge. You can have somebody who is brand new to something that is really wicked smart. And even though she's only been doing this since 2014, she is very well published and very well known. Very well known. I found so much information on her and how she feels. And we're going to go into that after we just chit chat a little bit. I've got several things I want to show on what she has said about in the past before this case, what she said about IGG and DNA and genealogy, and specifically when it's used by law enforcement. She's not always been critical. So I'm going to show you guys some of that. Okay, so the last three documents, and I did already show you these at the beginning. We're getting close now. August 18th, 10:30 a.m. is when it's going to happen. I believe 49 days from today. 49 days now. So yeah. This one, the protective order. The motion, this is the other motion that they filed, wanting more time. The states, okay, that's not a big deal there. This one is the big deal. State's motion to compel. I don't think that they're satisfied at all with the alibi that Anne put forth, or they would have dropped this. There would be a new notice of hearing with that not on it. So they're still going to argue. They're still going to argue that he has not provided an actual alibi, and they want to bar certain evidence. Yeah. Which, you look at the document, I'm not going to do it today, but like they want everything alibi related from Bryan's attorneys to be like banned. And I think that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, I think too, because technically I was reading over the documents again before we started. And one of the main things about the alibi is that it not only has to show where they were, but there's supposed to be witnesses as well that can place them at their alibi. And
yeah, witnesses are evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the fact that in this alibi, as I do air quotes, is given out, it's literally not an alibi because there's no proof on either side of how something, where he was, if anyone saw him, but yet then the defense is saying, oh, but during cross-examination, we're going to have the ability to potentially bring witnesses. It's like, so who that the state is bringing in to testify has the ability to have potential information about where he was and what he was doing, but yet they can't call that person in for that alibi. Like that part I don't understand. And if someone in chat has more of an insight on that, I don't get it. Why would you not just be like, this person can give my alibi and that's that? Like, why did they have to wait for it all?
Right. Oh, hi, Criminality. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. You can just go ahead and start now if you're already familiar with all of the documents and what's going to be coming up. Just very, very briefly for my Teresa, all of these documents are going to be in play on the next hearing. So we've got all these except for that was dropped because they're focusing on this one. That's basically it. But it's not as simple as that, because it's all of that going to be, every one of these are related to what's coming up on the 18th. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. And I want to thank everybody for their patience while I read through all of that. I tried to go as quickly as I could. Hi, Austin. Aloha. Hi, Local Lass. Hi, Michael Wimmer. Thank you. Merp, 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 merp. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you.
Hey, Merp.
Hey, Merp. Okay, so if you actually listen to all of that, literally like pat yourself on the back, because I know that was a lot, and I know it can be super boring to hear all of this stuff, especially from a non-lawyer who just had to just dig and figure it out, kind of work backwards. And again, thank you, FOFA, very much for your help. FOFA is the bomb. Hey, Deetra. Hi, how you doing? All right, so I did make a video showing all of these documents, just like the top. Oh, I just closed one by mistake. All of these. And so if anybody's really, really, really digging into this case and you want all of these, you want to see some closing stuff here. If you want any of that, just let me know. I made a little video of them for posterity.
Yeah.
So that I wouldn't forget which ones were up there. Let me see here. I don't need this anymore now. I'm going to close it down here so I don't open up that other window. Okay. And then let me go back to my notes. Let's see if there's anything else on this. All right. So you tell me what you think so far. And I'm going to be listening to you and looking at chat while I pull up stuff. We're going to switch over now to looking at everything on Leah Larkin.
Okay. So what exactly do you want me to talk about?
just anything that you think, as far as like the documents and everything that's going to happen on the next court date, maybe. What do you expect to happen, basically?
I don't know. I think it's hard when you say like there's going to be fighting or something like that. I think that everyone's kind of getting tired of the BS when it comes to not giving an alibi. And I don't know much about like court cases in general regarding alibis. I don't know if this is something that happens on a more regular basis, or if this is something that's unique to this, or if this is something that happens when someone does not have an alibi and they're just trying to buy time or something along those lines. But if potentially there is no alibi, my question then goes to, how does this affect the rest of the trial? So does anyone know how this type of situation, say that is his alibi, he's driving around, no one has the ability to say where he was or anything like that, and stuff like that. Okay, in Idaho you only need to give it if it's being used as your defense. Okay, so when is an alibi not being used in your defense though? Because technically, wouldn't an alibi... Okay, he doesn't have to prove his alibi. Okay. But like, if you have an alibi, wouldn't that be a huge part of your defense if you have proof that you are somewhere else? That was some of this that I'm still trying to like work out in my brain, and I may be just saying it out loud to hope that your guys' understanding of everything can help me to understand everything, because I don't understand it all at all. And so for me, alibis and motives aren't required for conviction. Okay. I guess my thing is if you have an alibi, why would you not put it out? Because wouldn't that just help you? You know what I mean? I read this. If the defendant does not give notice of their alibi defense within the relevant timeframes, they are generally barred from raising an alibi during the trial. Okay, so if they don't give a good alibi, then they're not allowed to say, well, actually, I was here at this time. She may be using DNA, FBI, car years as defense to prove he didn't do this somehow and wouldn't need to give alibi. Okay. So in other words, just don't even bring up where he says he was that night. His alibi is an anti-alibi just to prove that he wasn't there. Right. But I guess my whole thing is then why can they not potentially give an alibi, but then in the grand scheme of things still have the ability to be like, but hey, during cross exam, we're gonna get an alibi. How can that still happen? Does anyone know the potential of it?
I think what the defense did, because they're so mad at the state for not working with them, is they said as much as they could as far as an alibi without really saying anything. So it's kind of like the video I did, like the alibi that really wasn't, because they're not officially. It's not, if you look at the title of the document, they stuck that in a different document, right? It's not an actual raising of the alibi. It's not using, if they had actually been using it as an alibi defense, they would have like titled it with the Idaho Code 19, what is it, 19501, 19509.
Mhm.
They would have titled it with that. It would have been completely different. Instead, they alluded to it in a different document so that they're putting it out there, but they're not filing a formal alibi defense. So
Right.
that gives them wiggle room. Like they could change it later. They can do all kinds of stuff. And that's why the state has not dropped their motion to compel or block all of his stuff.
Yeah.
So I found this yesterday and I thought it was hilarious. I had to share it with you guys. For me, memes are life. I love memes. If you guys find any funny memes, let me know. I love them, love them, love them. Email them to me. I love them. Pickle Me Elmo. Hello. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see. Okay. I don't know if I would use the word misleading because they're, what word would you use for terminology on both sides? Like they can't lie,
She's
but
just
they
doing
can
her
lie by
job.
omission. Say that again.
I said she's just doing her job in a way. I mean, she's trying to mold the information that she has to fit her narrative to be able to win the case. So she's going to do whatever she can to, it's not even technically manipulating because it's just the information, but the words that you can put around the given information can allow for, you know, people to assume things and take things out of context, or she has the ability to put things into context that's not there.
Yes, yes, I
So,
agree.
but
Hi,
that's her whole
Brian.
job.
Hi, Ida. Is it Montijo? I try hard to get names correctly. Yes, thank you, Hossein. Thumb wrestle that like button. That's funny. Yes, I figured I would do just a little bit of like a comedy interlude, a little bit. Hello, Jennifer Gilly. How are you doing? Memes rule. Yes, yes, yes. So I saved a couple of things here. I'm going to show you guys in case. This one is for Tiffany. Tiffany, where are you? I know she's here. Where's Tiffany? I thought of Tiffany when I saw this. Where you at, girl? Okay, so it says, if you don't want the truth, don't ask me. If you want something sugar-coated, go eat a donut. And I could totally read that in her voice. I could just hear her saying that. Where are you at, girl? I know she's in chat. Tiffany. And this one will never get old. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, okay, let me go back. That's for you. I wish you were up here so you could read it to everybody. If you want to join anytime, if anybody wants to join us, you're welcome at this point to come up. Just let me know. Okay. Oh, okay. She wants to come up. Cool.
Absolutely.
Oh, yay. Okay. You guys, if you have not been at a live with Tiffany, you've missed out. She's amazing. Tiffany, there's the link for you to join us. The link didn't work. Let me try again. That is the link. All right, try it again. Give her a second. Here she is. Okay, guys, here is Tiffany, and we are going to hopefully she'll read this for us. Hey, girl.
Hey, happy Sunday. How's
Happy
everybody?
Sunday.
Hey, Mal.
Hey.
You're doing an awesome job, honey.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. What is you trying to get me to read? CrimeSleuthin.
Now, before I forget, though, you guys, if you have not, one of my mods, please drop Mallory's link to her new channel, Malicious Intent.
Thank you.
Because have you reached 1,000 yet, girl?
No.
She is right under 1,000, you guys. Can we get her over 1,000? She's brand new, and she does meticulous research and work. So we want to help her out. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm always here to support. Oh, she dropped. Hang on. Let me give her the link again. That happens. Okay. So we're waiting for Tiffany now to get back up here. Yes, everybody support Mallory. She's really good. Here we go. Hey, Tiff.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong thing.
Oh, that's okay. Okay,
I'm sorry I'm late. I had to go to church.
Me?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, girl. Okay, so when I found this, I think it was yesterday, I thought of you immediately. So would you read this? Because I got to hear this in your voice, Tiff.
Oh, if you don't want the truth, don't ask me. If you want something sugar-coated, go eat a donut. I am not the one.
Yes.
That was great.
I am not the one.
I love it.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay.
You just made that so much better.
You give me life, Tip. You give me life.
What y'all talking about? Idaho?
Yes. Do you know anything about Leah Larkin at all? Have you seen anything about her?
Leah Larkin. Let me see. Somebody sent me some. That's the one that's she the genealogy, a little CC Junior.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I kind of glanced over them. I had therapy Friday, and I didn't feel like it yesterday, so I just kind of glanced over them. So she's supposed to be the defense genealogy, right?
Yes, she is the expert witness for the defense.
So what's she talking about? How she feel about it?
Let me pull up some information here. And by the way, this is me, you guys. I joke about serious matters and crime in particular because it's my coping mechanism. And some people don't get it, and they'll like write an essay in the comments like, you made a joke about blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, it's just how I can't do this unless I can inject some humor somewhere.
You know, this stuff is heavy. You gotta have some kind of laughter sometimes. This stuff is way too heavy sometimes.
Yes. Okay, so, and Rylene, and let me find the document again here. Gosh, there's so much. I have way too much stuff saved. Let me see if this is helpful at all. So Leah Larkin is very well read. You know, nah, that was kind of boring. I don't want to bore people too much. I read all that though. Give me a cookie. I read every bit of that. Hang on. Where is the other? I'm looking for the stuff that FOFA sent me. Where is it? Well, I'm just going to go here. So here's something that I wish I understood better, and I don't. I know one of their arguments is that the statistical match isn't a direct match or familial match, and I don't really know what that means. I wish I had an expert, because they're calling it a statistical match. And according to the defense, that is supposed to be like, it could be a problem.
I want to know why are they saying statistical?
I don't even know, girl. That's one of the big questions that I have.
Statistical? Like, wouldn't it all be statistical?
This is the one where they said, like, he's like 5 octillion odds and all that. It makes no sense. And
this right here might be an issue. This right here might be an issue. And I'm gonna tell you something. I think the genealogy altogether, this might be an issue only because of this. Because this is the third time to compel, right? And the burden is already on the state. And the more times that the defense got to ask them to turn over something, the more it seems like they hiding something. And so this is the third round. And my thing is this: if you are 120% sure that this man committed this crime and killed these babies, and you are solid on your evidence and your 51 terabytes, then there is no reason why there should be any discrepancy of why you can't turn over discovery. Number one, you're going to have to do it anyway. Number two, you're wasting time when you don't, because what's going to happen is we're just going to end up pushing the trial back. Because what you fail to realize is whatever the defense is going to use, whatever witnesses, they got to give it to the prosecution. Same thing goes for the state. And by them, you know, not giving it, that looks suspect. Not only that, you're just gonna prolong the trial. Everything, I don't care. Everything, like Mallory was talking about earlier. If it's one thing that's off, that is going to be fruit from the poisonous tree. That means everything is null and void. So if I'm the state and I'm solid with my 51 terabytes, I'm turning everything over.
Right.
What do I have to worry about?
So I'm going to share.
Yeah, and that was kind of my mindset too.
Yeah.
I'm going to share my note screen just so that you guys can see the stuff that I've been like digging up. And this is all like that I've taken from different places together. Which is why and I've got 4 pages in my notebook. It's a lot, you guys. This is going to be a big hearing. So when law enforcement uses genetic genealogy, they use public databases. These are the only 2 that they're supposed to be using. And because that's where people have opted in to allow law enforcement to use their DNA. Let's see.
I have a question. So do you guys have an issue with the difference between opting in and opting out? Because I know that there are, there's a difference. There's some of these sites where you literally have to go and specifically say, click yes, you have the ability to use my DNA for whatever you need to. There's other ones and other sites that automatically opt you in, and you have to physically go opt out but it's not something that is like openly said, like, do you want to opt in or opt out? It's just an automatic thing that if you have to know looking for it to opt out. So what are your guys' thoughts on the differences between that? Do you think one is better than the other? Do you think if you have to opt out that it should be something that is like specifically told to you as you sign up, like that type of option? I'm not exactly sure. I don't know how I even feel about it.
My stuff's on 2 of them. And it happens to be the 2 that law enforcement's not supposed to use, but I really wouldn't care myself. I really don't care. I mean, if I found out, now I do have a cousin by marriage who is in state pen right now for murder. You guys all know exactly who she is. Darlene Roudier. Yeah. She's married to a cousin of mine. So she's not my blood. Wow. No. She don't share any of my blood. But she's related by marriage. And
I think that you should be given the option.
She should be in there.
Yeah.
But
if you sign up for something like that, I believe that you should be given the option. You know what I'm saying? I think that it should be whether it's in fine. Before you know, when you sign your acknowledgments and things like that, I think it should be a box at the bottom where you can opt in or opt out, and therefore nobody's going in blind. So if you want your information, there it is. If you don't, then there it is, and it's in black and white.
Right. Mrs. Kelly says it should be automatically opted out rather than the other way around.
Exactly.
Okay. I was just curious on everyone's thoughts.
I agree. And I mean, J-Lord, I mean, I say that now, but I mean, I have, I need to go pull that up. Although I wonder if somebody could trace me based on if I shared this information or not. Because as you know, there's a bunch of shady people and doctors on YouTube. And
shit. Now listen. Now listen. Let me tell you something. Now listen. This is Tip. Listen. I wish you don't dox me. Listen, my thing is this. I'm so open. Just ask me. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna damn sure tell you. Don't dox me. I'm gonna tell you everything that you need to know. But you know what? That's just how I am. That doxing and shit. I'm gonna say this right here, y'all. This ain't got nothing to do with Mallory or CrimeSleuthin. This is Tiffany. All that doxing and going real life and all that shit, y'all. We better than that. We're not doing that. We're not gonna even go into it like that. But Tiffany is telling you we better than that. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. If you got an issue, go to that one. And if you can't, pray about it and walk away. But don't put people's kids and all of that. I don't even have to go that far because y'all know where I'm going. That's just the kind of woman I am. And I love each and everybody the same, but we're not doing that shit. So let's just keep it on with Idaho. What you say, CrimeSleuthin? That part.
We love you.
That part. You dox me and we're going to have some issues. And don't come to Dallas. I'm coming to you.
I got it threatened to me.
You know what I'm saying? It's not even a threat. And that's the truth because we are parents and we want to keep our kids safe. And it's so much going on out here, y'all. It's so much going on. You don't know who these people are. Yes. Yeah, you don't know who these people are. So y'all, let's just be cautious and be careful, and let's come here and talk about true crime and keep it moving.
Yep.
Yes. And I see my Peyton in chat and my Delana and to you too. So I have to share my, I'm known for doing my little tackle hugs to my favorite people. So here you go.
You're so sweet. Oh, that's so cute.
I love it.
That's so cute.
That's my tackle hugs for everybody. Thank you so much for being here again, everybody. I appreciate it. Please hit the like button for me. Yep, exactly, Mrs. Kelly. She ain't playing. Nope. I'm just scared because my family has been through both sides of this. On my mom's side, I have like all the documents that's on a family genealogy page on Facebook, where I actually have an ancestor from the late 1800s who was convicted of killing somebody and hung in public.
Jesus.
And many years later, the real person, the real killer confessed.
Wow. That's crazy.
And I don't know. I've often wondered, you know, if that's my mom was always into both genealogy and crime and very against wrongful convictions and stuff. And I feel the same way. I don't want anybody to get convicted if they're not the one who did it. I don't care who they are, how much the public hates them. I don't care about any of that. I want the truth.
Exactly. No matter what it looks like, the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever it is, you want. That's my thing. Listen, and a lot of people will be like, "Well, Tiff, you know, listen." Like I told y'all last week on the weekend before. For those that don't know me, what's up? I'm Tiff. Look, if he's guilty, it's gonna be proven. If he's not guilty, it's gonna be proven, because that's the way that the Creator, the divine, designed it to be. Because these babies didn't deserve to lose their life, no matter what it is. And I hear a whole lot about drugs and this, that, and the third. It doesn't matter. They didn't deserve it. Nope. And the thing about it is, for them to be able to rest in peace, I've heard Melissa J say this a whole lot. The truth got to be known, honey. So if it's Bryan, lock him up. If it's not Bryan, get the one that did it. Because the truth of the matter is, you guys, if it's not him, it's a murderer, a killer, a unaliver that's still walking around with us.
Yeah.
And if it's not him and it's 3 more, then that means we got him, but it's 3 more out here. I'm on the side of the victims.
Exactly.
And the thing about it is, you got to explain. And so, yes, I question. Ask Melissa J. She'll tell you. Ask Ellie. I love them to death, but I question everything. Titanium Bill, she'll tell you, I question everything. I'm gonna tell you why, because it's Bryan today, but Lord forbid it could be somebody in my family tomorrow, and everybody has to go through due process. That's the law. So you can't convict this man and send him to death without knowing the truth. If it's him, lock him up. If it's not him, lock up the one that did it. If it's him and some more people, lock them all up.
Exactly.
But the truth will be known. And the thing about it is, defense, the state, nobody knows what anybody has. We just speculating.
Yep.
That's a lot. And that's one of my big things is people have made up their mind just based on the PCA. Like, you can't do that. You cannot do that. There's so much more evidence on both sides, to be fair, that we haven't seen yet, and we won't see until trial. So people who have already decided that he is 100% guilty, that's you're jumping the gun. People who
nobody should have their mind made up 100% either way. Right. It's just not enough.
Exactly. And that's why everywhere I see you talk or chat, you know, I love chatting with you because you are fair. You're right down the middle. And that's where I like to be with people.
Well, I'm a Libra, you know. I'm a Libra. So, you know.
I am too.
Let me read this one by Skylar real quick. It blows me away that the state said in a filing response that they have no autopsy photos, report, or recording from a medical examiner lady. But 4 people were present and no paper trail, etc. Okay, so just to explain that, that's actually very normal, Skylar. They don't record video for an autopsy. They just don't do that. There will be autopsy photos. The report that you saw didn't say that there were no autopsy photos. The report says that the FBI agents who spoke with the medical examiner who did the autopsy, and they came in briefly to talk with the medical examiner and look over the bodies, they don't have photos of any of that. There's not going to be photos of any of that. So there's no paper trail because there's nothing to, like, you can't prove a negative, right? And that's part of why Ann Taylor is so good at her job, because she has asked for several things that literally don't exist on this planet. So then she can come and say, look what they're not giving me. That is part of it as well. That's what their job is. So you have to understand that just because she's asked for it and there's nothing there doesn't mean that there should be something there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
She's making
I
it
hope
seem
so.
like it's something that was supposed to 100% be there, and that it is there, and that she's just not getting it, versus it not being something that's normally there in the first place.
Right. Yeah, that's not something that you would expect to see, and I think it's kind of, I mean, and like I said, I like both sides. I support and lift up both sides right now. I think that was kind of shady on Anne's part to ask for something that I guarantee you she already knew would not exist. Because she knows the public is reading all these documents, right? She knows. And right now, they're doing their little trial before the trial with the public, with everything that she can sneak into documents that can be put out that's not under seal. Anything that she can say that will help her client at this point, she'll do that. That's her job. She's doing a really good job.
She's doing a really good job, but I wanted to, first of all, Mal, I haven't got a chance to ask you, but I wanted to ask you, Miss Mallory, how do you feel about the coroner, Miss McButt, with all of her doing? And I know we haven't heard from her in a minute, but I hadn't had a chance to talk to you. I want to know how you feel about Miss McButt, and I hope I'm not saying this baby name wrong. Mubbut, y'all know what I'm talking about. The coroner.
I've been saying my butt is none of
my butt. Okay.
My butt.
How do you feel about her?
I don't think she had access to the amount of information that she claims to have gotten some of her conclusions from. I think that she was enjoying having the ability to speak out on a case that she knew was going to go high profile.
Absolutely.
Now, what do I take on the information that she put out? It's one of those things where if you know this is going to be a high profile case, that's the reason you're talking about it. Why are you going to potentially put out information that's incorrect? But at the same time, if you're just doing it for your own personal gain, are you more willing to put out hypotheticals about things as fact or something along those lines? So for me, it's like, I don't like that she went and did an interview. I don't think it's her place. She also was not the one that actually did any like work on the bodies. She was just the one that potentially their bodies were sent to her. She went there and declared them deceased, which I think, but that's it. I mean, she's not doing anything investigative wise or autopsy wise or anything like that. So in that aspect of things, I think she's very irresponsible for going on.
Perfect. The reason I ask you that, and because of course I hadn't had a chance to talk to you, but you got your degrees, and before I got hit by a bus, y'all, I was a nurse, RN. So needless to say, this Rick has just destroyed my career, but I'm here. God is good. But the thing about it is, and my grandparents, we have funeral homes and things like that. But the reason that I bring this up, Mallory, is because when you in nursing, especially when you do hospice care, not even just any kind of emergency care, when the coroner comes, like we just said, they're not a medical examiner, none of the things. But the information that they write down and document is everything, right? And so after the murders happened, and the unalivings, I'm sorry, CrimeSleuthin, I probably owe you about $20 for saying bad words, but you know what I'm talking about. But after
no, the only words that matter to YouTube, just so you know, are for some reason the last live that I did, we really didn't say that much. We only said the word for red stuff, red liquid, too many times, and for some reason YouTube didn't like that, and I got like a warning. So
gotcha.
For some reason they don't really care about cussing, I guess.
My question about her is, like you said, she gave interviews and things of that nature, but her report, by the time they went through it again, the whole time has shifted. And so that means to me, because documentation is everything to me. So that means everything you wrote down, the time can be shifted. I want to know, do you think that because leave it up to Miss Macbeth, she said they passed away between 1:30 and maybe 3:30 in the morning. Well, now it says we between 4 and 4 something. I want to know, do you think that it was her time that was off? Or do you think that the time shifted to fit around Bryan's narrative or someone that can make him? I want to know if the first thing that she said their time of death was. I want to know if you believe that, or do you? But because after they found Ethan and Zan at the, after that time where they found them and they found out they was at the party the whole time, I want to know, do you think that the things shifted, or do you honestly believe that what the coroner said was their actual time of death? How do you feel about that?
The time of death is whatever time that they arrived there. It doesn't matter when it happened. Like, for instance, with my sister, she had actually passed away on like Friday night, and she wasn't found until Monday. Monday is her official date of death, because that's when the coroner
an estimated time of
arrived. Death. And same with my dad. He actually passed away on Saturday afternoon, we determined. But we didn't find him until Sunday night.
Yeah, they didn't pronounce it until they was found. Right.
Yeah, and they do it. The time is always the time that the coroner actually gets there.
Okay.
In this case, though, you guys noticed that she didn't actually
exactly
put the time that she arrived there, which was I think 4:30.
4:35 o'clock.
Noon, right? Which is weird.
But then we don't know how long they had been passed away before noon. You know what I'm saying? It's just little things.
She did what she was supposed to do on the scene, and I think that's why law enforcement, who was at Chief Fry, basically they shut her up real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. That somebody's just said that in chat, because she was saying way too much, and she said things that were not helpful.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I will say though too that I don't know necessarily if she had enough of an ability to be able to actually give a time of death. So obviously there's the time of death that they put on like a legal death certificate based on when the coroner gets there and declares death. But they do have different methods where they have the ability to see how long someone has been deceased to figure out when this crime would have occurred.
Absolutely.
And it would make me wonder how much she actually had access to the bodies and the scene and stuff like that, because there is a possibility that there's enough wiggle room where she says 2 to 3:30 and it was actually 4:30, where there is enough wiggle room there that is a possibility where she could have been an hour off or should have added an hour to that wiggle room. But
my issue is, I think the whole time, my issue is this. This is just Tiffany. I believe the whole timeline is off, y'all.
Okay.
I don't believe, this is just Tiff. I don't believe that all 4 of them were unalived at the same time. I believe it was 2 and then 2. I don't believe, not saying that he's innocent, no, because I believe that Bryan had something to do with it. If he didn't do it himself, he knows who, what, when, where, why. That part right there. I don't believe that they was all unalived in one setting. I think 2 might have came home, took care of them, and then 2 more came home and took care of them. I don't believe, and that's why I believe the time of death is off. I believe that two different couples, and I'm not calling Maddie and Kate, but y'all understand what I'm saying. I believe it was at 2. I believe it was at 2 different times. Xana, Ethan at one time, wait for the other 2 girls to come home, and then at what time? I do not believe that all 4 was unalived at one time. No.
Now, yeah, I believe that that's a plausible theory. The one theory that I do not agree with is the one that states that things happened at 1:56 a.m. That was put out by a creator who was completely debunked. That one I don't believe I
Oh,
don't have
that's,
that.
yeah, I never heard 156 crime.
Yeah. Oh, girl, there was somebody that came out. They amplified, quote unquote, the audio from the Linda Lane, and said you could hear a scream at 156, and it was
Oh,
just
that's
it was
way early. I haven't even heard that one, babe.
yeah, it was dumb. But I think, and that's why I think if he's the guy, I don't think he did this alone.
Exactly.
I
That's my
really
point.
don't think that he did this alone.
Now, like I said,
How could
I
he?
believe he probably knew about it for whatever reason, whatever, you know what I mean? Maybe he had a hand in it. Maybe he held them up. What I'm saying is this one man right here, not all four of them, not all four of them. And not without a trace. Not to say that he's not able or capable. That's true. But what I'm saying is this one here, and then you don't even know that house like that to move that fast because that house is built weird.
Can
That's
you
not a
address
normal
the
house.
comment from Deetra? Deetra says, then you're saying that DM and BF are lying. Can you expand on that?
That I'm saying that DM and BF are lying. I believe that they're lying about it. Well, I just can't. Well, I'm gonna go by the PCA. Number one, Tiffany does not believe that, and make sure y'all record me and everything. Listen, Tiffany does not believe that anybody was asleep in that house while these unalivings was going on. That's number one. Number two, there is no way that if it was Bryan or whoever it was came in that house, never been there before, even if he of course he came back through there the 12 times, and a lot of people say that he was waiting in the woods and stalking them and stuff. Even with that, the way that house is built and added on to, unless you in the doors are in weird places, you have to have been in that house at least one time. Nobody can tell me different. You have to be in that house at least one time to figure out how to go and how to get in and out.
What if instead of being in the house, what if this person was stalking them on social media and saw all their TikToks and posts that showed not only photos of all the inside of the house, but video?
That doesn't mean that they physically move through that house. It's one thing to sit at a computer, baby, and look at it, or get on Zillow and look at it. We talking about going into a home. Not only that, you already gonna be on guard, but number two, you going in and talking about taking people's lives. You not gonna go in there that unprepared. It's not possible.
Yeah. I agree. And Dietrich says he might have been in there before. They left their door unlocked a lot.
That's my point right there, Dietrich. And if he's been in there before, that means we don't know. Just because Ann said that he doesn't have any dealings with the victims, that don't mean that he don't know Bethany. That don't mean that he don't know Dylan. That don't mean that he didn't buy no dope from Dylan's boyfriend. We don't know. But one thing I do know is this.
Thank you for joining, Miss Girl. And then Liz says, whoa, Tiffany, get you a channel up and running.
Listen, I done already told him, girl, I cuss too much and I talk bad. We don't know. We just don't know. You know, Mallory, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now he could be some kind of a ninja.
He would have to be.
But
how would he? Now, granted, I'm going to say that I'm going to preface this by saying we don't know yet on anything, right? All this stuff.
Nothing.
Nothing.
It's
not the PCA. We don't know it yet, but we're going to. We're about to. What we don't know specifically is the other part of what Ann did not say. You have to kind of like read between the lines, right? She said, there's none of the victim's DNA in his car, apartment, or his work. True. She can't say that and that be a lie unless evidence came back after that we don't know about. That is possible. However, what she didn't say, sometimes what somebody doesn't say is more important than what they do say, right? She didn't say there's no explanation for or offering an explanation for any of his DNA found elsewhere in the home. We know that they found his DNA on the sheath, right? There could have been more of his DNA, hair, saliva, whatever, somewhere around the victims as well. and they only mention what they did in the PCA for enough to get an arrest. There may be way more of his DNA all over the house. We just don't know.
That's possible, but at this point right now, the thing about that is the reason I say we would have known that by now is because Ann is kicking ass so hard. She kicking ass and taking names, and she fighting so hard until if the state had any inkling of anything else that it could go ahead and shut this down, especially before they had a grand jury, I believe it would have came out. Now you could be absolutely positively right, and they just keeping everything close. But to me, if they had more than that, they would have said more than that, and they sure wouldn't have went to a grand jury.
Well,
And
I will say they don't
agree.
always go out and give all the information in the PCA, because the PCA, they only need to put in what they need to be able to arrest. Yes, the arrest. So there is actually a higher likelihood that they have other DNA in the house, but that could potentially have even been tied to Bryan. But I will say that I do think you're accurate on the side of, if Ann Taylor knew that there's other DNA with the potential to match to Bryan in the house, she's going to want to know about it now. And not only that, she's going to want it individually tested and everything to try and get it thrown out, because
absolutely, baby girl, she gonna want all of the things, Mal. Like you just said, she gonna want all of the things.
She wants everything, and I think that Bryan is super lucky to have her.
Oh my God, he's blessed.
Ann Taylor's, you know.
Yes, he's blessed.
Most people, a regular person would not get an Ann Taylor. So no, public defenders don't act like her typically. By now, another public defender would have already talked him into a plea deal. You know? So it's crazy. And like, I keep going back to the grand jury as well. I don't like grand juries. I hate them. I think they need to be like done away with, because every time that they go before a court and you're getting an indictment on somebody, I don't like it, because only the state got to go forward. The defense didn't even know anything about it until after it was already done. It was all in secret. It was only the state's side of the situation. Nothing of the defense got brought up. It's just totally unfair. I think it's complete bullshit. Excuse my language.
Yeah. And that's on top of you not even turning all the discovery over. And that's the thing. I'm gonna tell you something. If the state, let me tell you something. If this thing gets thrown out on a technicality or all of the things, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna even just sit up and blame Bryan. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the state, all you have to do, like, you know what I'm saying? You know how they are so strong. They got him 51 terabytes. We got this, we got that, we got this. If you got that much, now y'all tell me if I'm wrong. If you got that much, you know how much 51 terabytes is? If you have all of that and the phone pings, and this is the one, and you want to go ahead and send this man to death, then why are you worried about where Bryan was Saturday night? I don't give a damn if he said he went to go play on Mars, then went to hell and came back and stopped at Bojangles. Listen, you got to discredit everything the man said. Because that's your job, state. I don't care if this man said he came to Dallas, picked Tiffany ass up, took me to a football game with the Dallas Cowboys. I came back home and got on the live with CrimeSleuthin. He got to be able to say, Tiffany, a goddamn lie. I didn't take her to no Cowboys game. It doesn't matter. If you are so confident, state, that this man is the one that did this to these kids, why would you go to a grand jury?
Yeah, I agree.
And why will you not turn over discovery? Not the first time, not the second time. This is the third one to compel. So I don't take nothing from nobody. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I can't say this man is guilty, because it's too much suspect stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
That don't add up to me. Right.
One thing,
and that's why, and that goes back to the fact that, okay, a lot of people think that because that motion is not on the hearing schedule anymore, that that Bryan just gave up and they're pulling back on their motion to dismiss. They're not. They're just putting it on the back burner because that to them, that still gives them an avenue. Right now, they're just attacking all the IGG stuff, and they've got a better chance apparently because the technology is so new, right? But they're not giving up. They're still, and this is kind of another way of them to get more time without asking for more time. Yes, Allie79, welcome. She says Tiff wins the whole internet today.
Girl, listen. Listen. Honey. Tiff can't have no channel, girl. I probably wouldn't look, even when I get monetized, they'll probably tell me, Tiffany, we're gonna give you $20 just to never come on and do another live again, just whatever. God can't, y'all put up with a lie.
I agree with Mish Girl. The prosecution deprived the defense of a prelim hearing. They did not want BF cross-examined. Right.
And why not? Why not? Uh-oh.
Legendary. I agree. CrimeSleuthin and Mal CEO is absolutely amazing. You're funny, dude. Oh, she dropped. Hang on.
Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, too, one thing that's interesting about grand juries in general, I know in the state of Minnesota, which is where I am, to get a first-degree unaliving charge, you actually have, to be charged with first degree, it has to go through a grand jury first. It can't just be charged, which is crazy.
Yeah, some states don't even have grand juries, and that's where I would want to be charged with something because, no, I don't like grand juries. I forgot to mention something to you guys. Yes, Tiffany, hang on. I'm putting the link back in here for you. I forgot to mention this at the beginning of the live, and I apologize. Okay, so how I want to do things with my when I have me and a co-host. Mallory contributes so much. She may have a new channel, y'all, but she's not without experience. She's got a lot of experience and she puts in a lot of work. We all do. So what I'm going to start doing starting today is any donations or cash apps that I get, cash apps or super stickers or super chats, whatever I get, I am going to share that with Mallory 50-50. Okay. I think that that's the right thing to do when you have somebody up helping you do, especially such an intense topic like this, and so much research involved. So definitely subscribe to her channel. Where are you at now? We want to get her over 1,000 subs because it feels so cool when you hit 1,000. I was so happy when I did. But yes, if anything that I get when Mallory's with me, I will split with her. And any other person that I have up here, any other creators that I have that are co-hosting with me and we've done the work together, I have no problem sharing. So, because I think they deserve it. I feel weird, if I were to get, donations just to keep it and, her get nothing. I don't know. I don't like that. So again, if any super chats, super stickers, cash apps, whatever, I will share them with her. So 50-50. I think that's the way it should be. Oh, I didn't hit enter. Here, Tiffany, here's the link again for you. So if you are a creator and you would like to work with me on a topic like this, where we pick, whatever's going on, then, reach out to me and we can collab. I think I like everybody's perspectives. There's room for everybody on YouTube. So
yes, absolutely.
And Tiffany needs a channel. Here she is. Welcome back, Tiff.
Yeah, I got kicked out, honey.
I know. I'm sorry. What was
it ain't your. It's not your fault. I done paid Spectrum for the month, so it's not your fault.
So yes, if you guys want to help support me and help support Mallory, that would be appreciated, but you don't have to. I don't even know where my links are right now. Does anybody know?
Mallory, you still gonna do your channel still too?
Yeah, she's got a channel, but hers is not monetized yet. So if anybody wants to help, they can
It's not monetized. Mallory, you don't have 1,000 subscribers yet.
No.
Oh
She's
yeah,
almost
you. How
there.
many
She's
you got?
almost there.
I just started on my own, and I'll say I am not the type of channel that's going to cover.
You don't have to push it.
Well, like I'm not one that has. I'm not going to be covering all of the hot topics, and I don't pop on every day. I'm like once a week, but it's on the cases that I get passionate about that I think need the exposure. Because my channel is specific for, you know, victims, telling the victim stories. My first few videos that I've done, I think I've done 4 or 5 so far.
I've only missed 2, man. So I've seen a couple of them, the lives, and you talk about all the cases. You talk about everything, and that's beautiful. Yeah. Just like Allie, y'all talk about a variety of cases.
Well, and that's not even, those are actually just more bonus ones. So I have like one content live that I do every week, that I try to focus on the victims. So my first few cases were the victims within the Gilgo Beach case or the Long Island serial killer. But when it comes to the actual presentation, it's only about the victims. I'm telling everyone about their backgrounds, what they enjoyed, the families that loved them, and then to the stories of how they end up losing their lives. But just trying to humanize the victims more and not necessarily just allow them to be a number in a SK case or anything like that. And so that's kind of where I've been wanting to focus, is not only on ensuring that I'm putting the victims' names, faces out there, but just also but I'm also not going to close myself off. So like you said, there are times when I have I've had T from Criminality up, I had Sleuthin up, and we like did a thing where we just talked about the current true crime cases, because just because I don't cover them doesn't mean I don't follow them. So it's kind of an everywhere, but it's something where I just usually go live maybe once a week, maybe twice if I'm crazy, but I work a full-time job too. So
I want to tell you this. I want to tell you that I'm proud of you. Thank Mallory, you. I want to tell you that this is coming from, look, I'm 40. Now, I graduated from nursing school 20 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? So I done been out here. And not only that, my part-time is I work with kids with disabilities, especially before I got hurt. Tiff got hit by a bus, 213 or 21. Because everybody listening, let me go on and put it out there. I got hit by a bus in Dallas, Texas. Those that know that 2 years ago, it was a very bad ice storm in Texas. A lot of us Texans, I'm born and raised, we don't know how to drive. And see, Mallory, you used to Minnesota and all that old kind of stuff. I don't know how to drive and them kind of in ice and black ice. We don't know nothing about that, right? So I was on my way home. A bus was turning, a city bus, and they rolled on black ice. I rolled on black ice, and we collided. I broke everything from my clavicle to my tibia, y'all. I broke everything. I was in ICU for 3 months, right? I died twice, 6 blood transfusions, and I just had my last knee replacement, I guess, 2 months ago. Y'all that's been with me know that. But I want to tell you this, and I still kept my faith. I still kept raising my boy. My baby is getting ready to go to the Lord willing, the NFL. That's his dream. I still kept going and pressing forward, and I still kept on with my nursing. I still kept on until they was like, Tiffany, you can't even just really get around like that. Now we just gonna have you go to different houses. What I'm telling you is this, Mallory: never take your education for granted, baby girl. Everything, all of your success, I'm proud of you. I know your mom is proud of you because I've been there, and it takes hard work and dedication. Not only that, I did it at 23 with a baby. You don't have none. So he's got his blessings on you. And so you use your gift, and you use your schooling, you use everything, your kind heart, and you put it right back into these victims and these families, and you're going to be prosperous. And I declare nothing but prosperity and blessings over you right now.
Thank you. I appreciate
Amen.
that
Hey, you
so much.
guys.
Thank you.
And Mallory is only 52 away from 1,000 subscribers. So
That's what
please
I'm saying.
sub up.
I thought she was already monetized. I'm like, no, it's been like a month. I know you got 1,000 subscribers. She ain't nothing but 52 away. She at 950. You're gonna have that by tomorrow.
And Chica says you all will love Mallory. She's got a heart of gold, and
She does.
her to fly. That's the truth. So true.
She does.
Thank you.
She does.
Yeah. Aw.
Both of you ladies do. All of my people that's on, listen, that got platforms, all of y'all, I want to tell you, Tiff, love all of y'all. Y'all do what I can't do. My mouth too fly. And my nerves are way too bad.
You see this, Mallory?
Yes, I did.
Wickenian says that's the kind of content that is seriously lacking in this community. People need that type of perspective to maintain clarity. Thank you.
So I will say I'm very open to interviewing victims, families of victims. That's something that absolutely. I will say that for me, it's something that I do take very personally, though. For those that don't know me, the case that got me not necessarily into true crime, but just my first experience with a family is the Madeline Kingsbury case down in Winona, Minnesota.
Mal, you did a big one on that. Everybody should know Maddie, huh?
Yeah, either way, I am friends with someone who is not only involved in the case, but that was best friends with Maddie. And I was down there for Maddie's funeral. And I'm going to be there for trial. And it's something where I have created this relationship with someone close to this case. And it's not something where I'd ever be like, hey, come on my channel and talk about it. So like, for me, it's like, I'm very much, if someone ever asks me, take something down, don't do this, please don't put this in. I'm here for victims and telling the victim stories. And if something is out there that either needs to be clarified or that I have messed up on, I think it's something that is important that they come first in this, and it's never should be the creators that come first. And so that's something that I've learned just from being within that community of things, and that it gives you a lot of perspective when you actually meet people that are involved in these horrendous cases. And
that reminds me, somebody asked a question up here and I can't find it now. Where is it? Somebody asked you a question, Mallory. Oh, where is it? Here it is. Do you do victim family interviews or considered it? And where are you located? If you want, you don't have to say, of course, that's up to you.
I'm in Minnesota, so I'm just north of the cities in Minnesota. And I'm more than willing. I did do one interview in the Maddie case that has since been taken down just because I was asked to take it down due to the ongoing court cases, which was completely fine with me. And it's more of I am more than willing to work with anyone who is wanting to put a case out there, whether it's personal to them or not. I have a few cases I'm currently working on that I'm going to be interviewing people that are close to the cases. There is a case of Sherry Orofino. I don't know if anyone's heard of that, but I had a family member, it was a friend of hers, family member, that had reached out to me, and I'm going to be covering that case and hopefully allowing people to get to know Sherry as a person and not just as a crime victim. And that's something that is really important to me, that the information that I'm putting out is not only factual, accurate, free of speculation, but also is something that if a family member or someone involved in the case ever saw it, that they would be proud of it, and that I'm willing to take all of that into consideration.
Thank you for all your hard work,
Mallory's
baby.
Super smart. She's very smart. And I mean, you actually have related degrees, right? Can you tell everybody your degree?
Yeah, I have 4 degrees. I I have my bachelor's in psychology. I have my bachelor's in criminal justice. I have my master's in forensic psychology. And then I also have my MBA, my master's in business administration. That one was technically unrelated, but still.
That means put some respect on her name. You hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I have always enjoyed everything that I have seen put forward by Mallory, wherever she's been, and she's good. She's really good.
She's a jewel. She's a jewel. And thank you for your service and your hard work and everything, Mallory, for these families. And I mean that CrimeSleuthin, you too, baby. Thank you so much for having a platform, for using it for something positive, for getting help for these victims. Thank you so much. Thank both of y'all so much.
Thank you.
And I mean that.
That's my personal goal. Yeah, Asane's like, dang, malicious intent. Yeah, she's got some creds behind her.
Beauty and brains.
My education, my degrees are only in the medical field, so
those are still just as good.
Legal side.
I'm right there with you, Crime. I'm right there with you, honey. It don't go past the RN for me. And hell, that was difficult. Do you understand me? So I appreciate you, Mal.
Yes, I got my LPN many years ago, but then I let it go when my kids were younger, because a lot of facilities were no longer hiring LPNs. And I just didn't keep it up. Now they've come back. Now LPNs are paid just as much as RNs here, and I'm like, I should have.
Exactly, and you didn't have to take the NCLEX. I did that. Damn test kicked my ass. You hear me? But I made an 85.
Awesome. I took the NCLEX, but I didn't take it at the state testing facility. I took it on my own with my peers. All of us.
Oh yeah.
You see, there's a test that you can take online that's free to see where you would go. I don't remember my score or anything, but I did.
It don't matter. Yes.
So I could have gone on to RN school. And then just so you guys know, I'm going through probate right now. After my daddy passed. My dream has always been to become an RN, but I want to be on the legal side of RN. With the patient advocacy roles is where I want to be. And so, because I'm like, I've always been like a victim advocate, a children's advocate, domestic violence advocate, all of that. I like advocacy. So that is my dream. And my daddy will make that possible for me, because once the probate is done, then I will have that, and I'll be able to put myself through RN school. So I'm looking forward to that.
And I got your back. How about that? And I got your back.
Awesome. Thank you, girl. Thank you.
I got your back.
Yeah.
Now listen, I probably can't answer all the forensic questions like Mallory, but the RN stuff, I got you.
Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot that I know, because I went through all of it and got up to LPN, but then I didn't keep doing the LPN stuff. I kind of backed off when I got back into medical. Then I was in medication management for patients, and that I know all about medications. That's all I know.
Listen, long as you, let me tell you, it's 80% common sense. You got it, babe. Don't even worry about it.
Hi, Delana. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Oh, yes. Legendary is so right on that. Oh, I like this comment. Everyone has a purpose and contributes something in some way. I love that.
Right. That's right.
We all have a very, and that's what I love about the little community that I have built with here, with everybody here, but also with other creators. You know, there's so many that I like and support, and I've always been totally fine with talking about other channels on my channel, because I want you guys to find more information. I don't want, I'm not the type that's like, you can't go to other channels or talking shit about other channels. I think that's ridiculous, because we all have a perspective to share. There's only a couple of channels that you will never see me advertise here. And those are the ones that are so far out in left field that they may as well think that like the earth is flat. Like their conspiracy theories are just ridiculous. So no, I won't advertise them, but we need more voices, you know, that are more middle of the road, that aren't just jumping on
Absolutely.
one side or the other from day one and having like
Absolutely.
nothing but confirmation bias on a case. You can't have that if you're going to have a channel. I don't believe you
Absolutely.
should anyway. But
And then CrimeSleuthin, if you'll let me, I hope, is Allie still in here? Is Alex still in here? She was. I also want to tell her
I don't know
thank
if
you.
she's here now or not. I can't tag from where I'm at.
It's
Allie,
okay. She'll listen to it. I just want her to, I want to tell her also with the rest of y'all, criminality too. All of y'all. Allie, thank you so much for being a voice for Black and brown victims. Even though Carly Russell with her dumb ass. Anyway, look, y'all don't hold us all accountable because we all don't lie. Listen, we need a voice. We need a voice. We need a voice. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows, and it goes unsaid, Black and brown victims don't get that much. We need a voice. We do. And I
yeah,
wanted to, and Allie is bold. She has a heart, and she means what she says, and she's not afraid of saying what needs to be said. And I'm thankful for that. I am.
absolutely.
I'm
Me too.
thankful for that. And
You mean
so while
Allie,
I'm
right?
here, yeah, because
Yeah,
tomorrow is
Allie.
not promised.
The channel that she's talking about, y'all, is Alex Erickson. She's
Yeah,
the
drop her
very,
link, y'all.
if you guys have her link, that would be great. And criminality as well. I love her.
Oh, I love my tea.
My
All of it.
first channel that I ever joined was Elisa's 10 to Life. And I watch some of her stuff still, but she's just, I knew her back when she had Mallory.
When
she
Annie
had
used to do the live
1,000
streams.
subscribers.
Yes.
That's when
Yes.
I joined, and she has just exploded. I'm very happy for her. Now, the other channel the second channel that I ever joined was Alex's, and I love her stuff. She's great. I will never go anywhere else as far as I'm concerned. When like I would never unsubscribe or whatever. But
As far as informative and all of that, and I don't want to take, and y'all, T just graduated too. Mal, what did T get her? Cause she not up here. What did she get her degree in?
Criminal justice with a minor in forensics.
And if she's in chat, she'll drop it. T, if y'all have not subscribed to T Criminality, she's another awesome one. Just like CrimeSleuthin, just like Mallory. When I tell you these ladies do their work, when I tell you they do their work, y'all, they do. They do.
Have you now, Tiff? Have you? I believe Mal already is, but maybe not. Have you guys seen Decipher podcast?
Mm-hmm.
I saw Decipher. I only saw Decipher once and that was when Mallory. What's the one that was in Oklahoma with the real nasty man that had the 6 toys?
The Henrietta.
Yes, that's the only time I saw her.
Well, I don't think the Decipher podcast gets near the credit that they deserve. Those two ladies put out really good content, and I really appreciate them as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Subscribe.
So, yeah, I boost them whenever I possibly can because I love them. Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'm going to run and get me water, and then I want to bring up some stuff on Leah Larkin because we kind of got way off track there. But yeah, I want to talk about Leah a little bit.
Go ahead, baby.
All right, I'll be right back. Give me just 2 seconds. And if anybody else needs to go to the restroom or grab a water or whatever, call this intermission.
Mallory, I'm finna go take my pork chops at the oven, okay?
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay, right back.
And I'll be back in just 2 seconds myself, okay?
Hey, yeah, you're good.
All right,
hey, Teresa, did I say it right? I'm just curious. Hey, Peyton. Kelly P, she is the DNA genealogy expert in Kohberger too. Oh yeah, Melissa Jade as well. That does really well on her channel too. Let us see. I'm just reading through chat. Yep, absolutely.
All right, I'm back. Got my water. Thank you, Delana. Thank you. And Melissa Jade as well. Yes, Carol, thank you. And again, if you have just joined, thank you for joining us today. If any cash apps, super stickers, super chats, anything that I get while Mallory's with me, I will split with her 50-50 because I think that's only fair. Hey, there's T.
I was right.
I touched my breath. I just ran from one end of the house to the other and back. Hi, Technical Dragonfly. How are you doing? Thank you very much for being here. Oh, and Scarlett's. Yes, 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 Kelly. Lost Souls, TC in chat. Tiff, are you up late at night?
Oh, I'm back.
Hey, Tiff, are you up late at night? Because you got to come over to Scarlett's channel if you haven't already found her. Lost TC. I'm sorry, Lost Souls, TC in chat.
No, I've never seen her thing before.
She's really good. Let me go grab her link. I'm gonna put it in chat. Because if you're a night owl, you will love her channel. Yeah. She has open panel every night.
Now, if she go late like Valerie, like 12 in the morning, you know, I be hell, I got therapy in the morning, you know, I be sleep by then, but like 10, 9:30, 10, I'm up.
Yeah, here's Lost Souls. It's my, like, if I'm up late at night, that's where you can find me.
There's
over there. I love
Teresa just put it in the chat to CrimeSleuthin.
Oh, thank you.
Criminal justice with a focus on forensic studies, specifically IGG.
Thank you, T.
Yes.
Thank you, T. Y'all, please go check out T. She's amazing. She is amazing, and she know her shit.
Yep. I love T. I love you, T. I call her Teresa. I love you, Teresa. Thank you, Peyton. Yeah, 10:45 Central is usually when she starts. 10:45 or 11 p.m. Central. Yes, okay. I listen to her. Even if I can't even like join panel, I normally turn on her live, and that's what I'll go to sleep to. Because they go to like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Next day though too.
Yes. Like it's okay. So if you guys haven't hit the like button, please do. It really helps me a lot. Helps me grow. I always wake up. Yep.
Truth Seeker, I don't know who Scarlett is. I don't think I know her. I don't think I know Scarlett.
Scarlett, I need to drag you over there, girl, one night when you're up like on a Friday or Saturday and she's got a live going. They would love you as well, just as much.
I just be trying to see what I'm missing. Y'all only know I listen to a faithful few, so honey, I just be trying to stay in my circle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I think is so good about sharing information on our lives, you know, because you can find some really great channels that you never heard of before, you know.
Exactly.
So, Slipper Sloth. Hi, Slipper Sloth. Thank you for being here. They say I do my house cleaning to Scarlett every day.
Oh,
yeah, you can just turn on Scarlett because she always has a full panel and they just discuss the case. It's typically been Idaho 4 lately.
Okay, so she does. She do true crime too.
Yeah, she's good. All right, so let's talk about Leah. What do you think about Leah Larkin, Mallory, while I get these documents pulled up and shared on the screen?
Well, I don't know much about her other than just kind of reading through the affidavits. Like, I haven't done my own personal research on like her background or anything. But I would love to learn more. I'm excited to hear what you have found with everything. But other than that, like, I don't know much about her. Do you know much about her, Tiff?
I don't know much about her, but the little bit that I did read up on, that she, just like Miss Cece Moore, she went to she started with a bachelor's like in biology and chemistry, and she went on through her schools. I can't remember what her master's and things are in, but then she broke off and started doing trees, kind of just like Cece did. She said that Cece Moore is who she works up under, or who she gets her ideas from, those kinds of things. And so even though she's not her, like I said, like you said, Mallory, I don't know nothing about her. This will be my first time even hearing of her. But the kind of way that she displays is kind of like what she did in the beginning was go from the beginning and explain how her synopsis is and how she feels how DNA is tested and things like that. And then at the end of it, she put why the defense needs this information. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't know much about her. I just kind of read the little bio, and that was it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me put this back on the screen. So Leah, actually, before I show these are two New York Times articles that she did. Let me go. Oh, hang on. I'm on Bing. I don't want to be on Bing. Hang on. Or Edge. It's got me on Edge. Literally. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the link. I want to show you the document that she goes over her CV real quick.
What I don't know is her credentials.
Yeah, I'm gonna read those in just a second. Let me get it pulled up here. She's new, and that's why a lot of people have kind of discounted her because she's younger, newer. I mean, she's not younger. She's probably about my age, but she is super, super smart, and she's been around. You can just tell that she's smart, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So let me find her thing here. I closed all those tabs and I had open with everything, including her document. And I moved it over here. Okay, here we go. This is going to be August 9th. Okay, August 9th. All right, so here it is. And I'm not going to go full screen, so I won't mess with my audio. Let me do it like this. Okay. Can you guys see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is her. I believe I have the right one up here. Okay, so this is her describing herself. She is a genetic genealogist, having practiced genetic genealogy since 2014. So she's new. My educational background is a bachelor's degree in biology and a PhD in botany. When I first heard that, I was like, wait, they have a genetic botanist really for their expert. That's technically what she is. But I mean,
botany is flowers, right?
Plants. Yeah.
Plants?
The DNA of plants is basically what it is. Yeah. So I thought that was weird at first when I first heard it, and I was like, wait, trees, family trees, maybe that's it. So sorry, don't block me, bro. My curriculum vitae is attached. Genetic genealogist. She says she has a clear understanding of how genetic genealogy works. I want to check chat and see if my joke completely bombed or not. Yep, it bombed. Nobody got it. Oh my goodness. Hang on. I think Peyton said shake my head. Hey, I got jokes for days, y'all. Okay. All right. Genetic genealogy, and I like that she also explains what it is as well in hers. The use of DNA data to evaluate biological relationships. Her education is again in plants, but when you see some of the stuff that she's written, she seems to be quite knowledgeable. I mean, even though she's new, she seems to know what she's doing. So it explains how autosomal and chromosomal and all that stuff works. I could never understand it. And I have really read all this stuff several times, and I don't understand a lot of it. Genetic genealogy primarily uses autosomal DNA tests. Do you guys remember that link that I put in chat earlier about CC Moore, who is also a genetic genealogist? She was on Harvard Lawyer Lee, I believe.
Yeah, I listen to her sometimes. Cause
Yeah,
she real
she
smart. Mm-hmm.
in July she did an interview with Cece, and they go over and explain what all this stuff is. It's a lot. And that was one of the slides that I put up earlier that showed the chain of custody, basically.
Yeah.
So they make a raw DNA file, and you can, like when I did mine, they give you your raw data, so then you can go and upload it on other genealogy websites as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So like I've seen like my actual DNA. It's pretty neat. So it explains that most of the human genome is identical across people, like 99% is what CC said. The only DNA portions that vary are very specific to what you get from your parents on both sides, from your mom or your dad, and then both.
Yep.
And that's how they can identify you from millions of other people. They explain in here, she says that STR markers are used by police in matching in CODIS, while SNPs they can convey so much more information about a person, like what it says here, medical and physical traits, as well as biological relationships. They use longer strands so they can search further and wider, is the way she explained it. So, and they're called kits, so they get uploaded, and then they send those. They're called centimorgans. Centimorgans tells you how closely you're related. The more centimorgans that you share with a person, the closer your relation. Basically, is what it means. So, after they figure out their matches, right? I'm going to skip a lot of this. Only GD matched family tree DNA and some other small entities allow crime scene and human remains to be uploaded. So, like you can Ancestry DNA, 23andMe, and MyHeritage, you can upload your own information, but police are not supposed to be in there accessing it. They're not supposed to. But like it says, however, in the absence of effective oversight, forensic genetic genealogists are on an honor system to obey the terms of service, and the Department of Justice interim policy on forensic genetic genealogy. So there's no way of knowing if they go in there or not.
Right.
Really no way of knowing. It's kind of like, what's an example of an honor? Like you've seen at parks where they'll have a stand set up, and they'll have books and toys and canned food and stuff like that. And they'll say, take what you need, and drop off other things as well, kind of like a little mini library a lot of places have. That's the honor system. They said borrow books and toys and whatever and bring them back when you're done. That's an honor system. Nobody's there to actually find out who took the stuff and where they went and if they actually brought it back.
But the thing about it is, when you do that and nobody's asking questions, what about feet times like this? So now they asking questions.
Yes.
And so because you in the practice of not doing it, now Ann Taylor all of a sudden needs some kind of, and you didn't even document it. So now it's going back to the beginning. And so that's why, the thing about it is, y'all, like I said, if this man is guilty, and he did this by himself, hang his ass to dry. But the thing about it is, you got to be able to show your work, baby.
Show your work. Exactly. Yeah. Like in school, we could to make sure that you didn't just use a calculator, right? Your teacher always has you show your work.
Absolutely, baby. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. And if you can't listen, I done did that shit a whole lot of times. Took a test home and did everything on the calculator, got back, and then the kitchen. How did you come up with that, Tiffany? See, that's why I'm not a good liar. I'm never gonna be a good criminal. I don't remember my lies.
Yeah.
No, I can't remember shit. And so when they ask you how did you get here? I see that you're here, and yes, it is the right answer. How did you get here?
Right.
That's gonna be the issue.
And that brings me to number 18 on her affidavit. Number 18 goes over what are the odds. Okay, this is a tool that she uses and C.C. Moore also uses it as well. It's not intended, though, to give a definite answer. Rather, it points the genealogist toward the most likely branches in the tree for further research. The tool is not appropriate for all circumstances. It's not intended for populations that married within themselves, for instance, double cousins, or when the matches are below 40 centimorgans. So then she goes on to explain she's learned the power and privacy implications of genetic genealogy. The tests themselves were designed to reveal biomedical information and can also reveal family secrets about the tester. In many cases, private information can be inferred about the DNA relatives of the tester as well. For those reasons, leaders in the genetic genealogy community developed standards that emphasize consent and privacy. So now I'm going to jump over to a couple of articles that she's done. And what I was doing in my research of hers, I was wanting to see if she was being hypocritical at all in how she's talking now versus how she was talking before the trial. Do you know what I mean? To see if she was doing any kind of flip-flopping or lying. And what
Which one, baby? You talking about Anne?
No, Leah.
Oh, okay. You want to see if she flip-flopping. I hear you.
Yeah. So I did a lot of research on like different articles that she went to, and FOFA sent me a couple that I couldn't access on New York Times because I don't subscribe. And somebody else showed me how I can get to those without having to pay. I love it. Okay. So I pulled up this article. There's two that I'm going to point out, just these two. And I don't have it full screen, you guys, because for some reason my audio messes up when I do that. So I got to do it this way. So if I go to Control Find and I just look up Leah. Okay. She's very, very, I would call her a strict constitutionalist based on everything that I've read. My opinion, but I think she would consider that a compliment. So there's a few parts in here where she talks about IGG. She says, well, the person before her said the judge could decide to treat clues from genealogical sites the same way the evidence from CODIS or Instagram is handled, or the judge might find the technique to be a violation of Fourth Amendment protections against unlawful search and seizure. She said that. And this was in 2019. And that was all that she said on that article. I don't need to read the whole thing. That was pretty much it. But they go into the implications of, everybody's DNA being, she did say this as well. She said, I don't think the cops should be able to look into any home they want without a warrant. There's so much more private information in my DNA than there even is in my underwear drawer. And then on this one, she said, let me pull her back up again. She runs a company, it's called The DNA Geek, and it helps people track down relatives. And she said in this, let's see. Okay. She said that when the police argue that genetic genealogy is like any other tip system, they disregard the vast troves of personal information contained within a single genetic file, such as whether a suspect was born out of wedlock, was the product of incest, or carries genetic diseases. And then she says, here's what's interesting here. You guys look at that. I was like, really? Washington doesn't? It says in many states, including Washington, which is where this all happened, or where he lived, the police are prohibited from using CODIS, the criminal DNA database, to even search for relatives. That's interesting. So they go around that by
would have been in Idaho, right?
Yeah, it's a couple of states that don't even use it.
Yeah. So then she says it's a tip system that even convicted criminals can't be forced to participate in. Even convicted criminals cannot be forced to participate in. Yet it's being used on innocent people without their knowledge or consent. Mm-hmm. And in this article, I wish I could link it. If anybody wants this article, it goes over some cases that had some big issues with IGG, and it's so new. And this was in 2017. So my general impression of her is she's huge into the Fourth Amendment and privacy. So I was looking at a lot of the documents that she put out, and there's like a step system that they do to find their person. And I think I have this file back up here. Hang on. Let me go back up here. Bear with me while I find the right one. It's going to pop up on the screen.
You're good.
Girl, look, I'm looking at chat. I can't even look at the screen because I can't read it no damn way. So I know you're going to tell me what to say.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's here, legendary. Okay, so this is what she's explaining here in text form. So I'm going to leave the picture up. Hang on, let me grab it. And I'm going to move this so I can just read it. Sorry about my notes being on Notepad, y'all. I meant to make them prettier and print them and all that.
You are good. You are good, honey. You are good, sweetheart. Take a breath, love.
Thank you.
You are amazing, dear.
I like that when I was researching her, she got all the steps right. And this, just so you guys know, is the slide that CC Moore provided to Harvard lawyer Lee. So I compared this to see if Leah knew what she was talking about, knew her stuff. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you'll see when I read this, she got all these correct. So police recovered DNA from an unknown subject at a crime scene. They searched their public DNA database from that sample. They hire a private company to prepare the DNA sample. Let's see, they use one of the well-known companies that does this kind of work is called Parabon Nanolabs, I found. And let's see. I need to put this link in chat because I want somebody else. I didn't dig on this, but check them out if anybody would like to. That company, that's one of the private labs that they probably use because I think I read that there's only currently 2 or 3. So it could have been that one. That one's close. So then that DNA profile is uploaded to an open source public database, and it must be GED match or the family tree one that I said earlier. Excuse me. Okay. So then the IGG is looking for matches. If they're super lucky, they'll have a full hit on the submitted DNA, but both CC and Leah said that that's very, very rare. I think Leah said that it happened one time in the history of DNA, period, that they've actually found a direct hit. But most likely they'll hit on parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and more likely first, second, or third cousins. Now, somebody sent me a screenshot. They are a paid member of Ancestry DNA. And if you're a paid member, it's like $25. Then you can search their database and you can look at the Kohberger family tree. They sent me a screenshot of it. I am absolutely not going to put it up because I think that's a violation of his family's privacy. But it was interesting to see that in this case, it appears that they used a second cousin.
That's what the problem. That's going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue. The whole, if they cannot forget the sheath, because at first they said they was throwing the sheath out anyway. But if we're going to, let's just play, whatever. If they're going to keep the sheath, that whole thing is going to, if they cannot show, Debbie, if they cannot show Mal how they got the inkling, you know what I'm saying, that it was Kohberger, and connect this man to even getting the DNA, is fruit from a poisonous tree. That's a mistrial. That's a mistrial. And so before we even get to the GGI analysis, this new lady, they're gonna have to show how they even had an ink, whether it's a tip or not. They're gonna have to show how they got a hold to Kohberger.
What if they end up having some type of connection with this potential second cousin? Like, what if this second cousin came forward and said, hey, here's my DNA, test it.
It's a poisonous tree. It's a poisonous tree because who alerted the second cousin? You gotta, how did you even who gave you the name Kohberger? And when you got it, what was the reason? It starts, it's like, what came first, the egg or the chicken?
Right. Now, if a family member did come forward and say, hey, look, okay, so I've got a brother's, a cousin, whatever, who's acting weird, right? Drives a particular vehicle that I know y'all are looking for. He's now wearing gloves everywhere he goes. He's just acting weird and erratic.
But we don't know that.
And they volunteered their information, then that would be a lead or a tip that they would not have to divulge. However,
right, but we don't know that. Yeah, exactly. We don't know that. We don't know that he was acting weird. And I'm going to tell you why. Because before, whenever they arrested him, we didn't know nothing about a Bryan Kohberger. Hell, we was thinking it was one of the Jacks or the Jakes or whoever the hell it was. Right. We knew nothing about the goddamn Kohberger, nothing. Yes. And so what I'm saying is, I see how you got that he is a match. And I know it's octillion, million, billion, gazillion times his. We're not discreping the fact that it's his DNA. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It is his DNA. How did you get to him? Don't tell me you got 51 terabytes. We got that. Don't tell me that it's octillion times his DNA. We are not arguing that it's his. Yes, ma'am, it's his. We want to know, how did you get to him? And that's the problem.
Hi. Yeah. That actually, I'm not sure because I didn't see that on
of course.
The street.
Yeah, well, none of us did. That's the thing. None of us did.
Yeah, the screenshot that I was sent, it's very fragmented, and the problem with that is they find the close matches like cousins, right? For example, this is some stuff that I got here. Let's say they hit on a second cousin of the unknown suspect's DNA. That means that they would share common grandparents, but then they would have to go to the grandparents, find the grandparents, and then work forward again. It's kind of like they go back in time to find common ancestors, and then from there they work down the family tree to find.
But what I'm saying is this, baby, that we don't even have to go that far. We want to know before we get to the second cousins and the grandparents. And what somebody in here said, can you explain? Oh, Kelly P said, I'm confused with the term fruit of the poisonous tree. I got to use it. Mal, can you explain that to her? Somebody in my door real quick.
Yeah. Okay. So fruit of the poisonous tree is a term that is utilized when one thing leads to another, but the thing that led to that thing is unlawful. So, for instance, in this case, if they utilized and were able to receive Bryan Kohberger's DNA unlawfully, whether that be that they took the DNA off the sheath and put it into the DNA system and got a familial match from Ancestry.com without a warrant, that means that anything that would prosper from that finding is no longer able to be utilized in court. So when you're looking at it, you have to look at it as what came from us getting that DNA. So everything, Bryan Kohberger's name came from that DNA, meaning you have to now find out a new way to figure out that this is Kohberger without going after any of the information that you already had. And it's the same type of thing. So if there was any phone warrants or search warrants for vehicles or houses, that's all going to be fruit of the poisonous tree because it came the line to get to that point.
The fruit was poisonous because it wasn't legal. So anything after that, I'm sorry, ma'am, anything after that is null and void. It's like, you know how y'all heard the term one apple can sport a whole bunch? Yeah,
Right,
it's the
right,
same
right.
thing. Anything that comes after that, the arrest, the DNA, the sheet, all of that is null and void if the state cannot prove and show they work on how they got there. Thank you,
Yep.
Mal. Somebody was at my door. Thank you, Crime Sleuth. Somebody was at my door, y'all.
Oh, no worries at all. Okay, so then this is some information here. It says, when they find a family branch in Pennsylvania whose 28-year-old son lives not too far from the crime scene, then they check DMV records and they find that there is a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra owned by the family, which was recently registered in Pullman, which was he did that 5 days after the crime. He would become a very good candidate. What they're looking for is, where's that spot up here? This is so hard to find. Okay. From the common matches, they'll try to find families who have a member who was in the right place at the right time to be a suspect. Then they pull him up. So they did. And that's how they got that information. So he would become a very good candidate as a suspect. That is when they stop IGG and they send everything back to Moscow. So from there, where's that other screen? Right here. So they've done this, they've done this, they've done this. Now it goes back, it went back to Moscow right here. So, hang on, I gotta make it. All right. So then they have identified him to that point, right? So the defendant then gets, surveilled and checked out and investigated some more. Sometimes they will surreptitiously get information. Let me see if I can find that portion in here, some stuff that she'd said. These are different portions that I've like dug up on different things that she and other people have said about this process. Hang on, let me see. Once they found someone who has the means and opportunity, they give that name to investigators as a person of interest. Then they need to find more evidence to connect that person to the crime. But more importantly, they need to get a direct sample from the person of interest to see if they can match. So that is why they went and got the trash from the house and they sent that. So it says here, they usually try to surreptitiously get a sample from something the person threw away. In this case, they went through the family trash in Pennsylvania and they got male DNA, shared 50%, determined that was his father. That gave him enough to arrest him. So that's when he was actually arrested. Here, I wish my thing would let me zoom in a little better. I don't like it. If I could just go full screen, it would be so much easier. I need to find out why it's doing that. So the STR is the one that actually identified. They took that DNA, the STR, and compared it to his father. So then after he was arrested, then they did a buccal swab directly on him. So then let's see. Well, his name is out there, so it's okay. So since Bryan didn't have any adult sons or brothers, and Michael is his father, who was the only other male in the house, that meant that the DNA from the sheath and the trash, from the trash was Michael's. Then they compared that. That's how they got to him. And this is from an article from, it was one of those that you could only access for a day and then you had to pay to see it again. So I was like copying and pasting from this, but it was somebody from not the New York Times, the New York Post. And I hate how restrictive the media is, They'll let you see something for one day and then you have to pay to see it again.
Right.
Then they went on to say, okay, so it was a lab in Orthorn, Texas. Hang on. Yeah, it was Orthorn, Texas is one that they used. And I think the search warrant, okay. So then to make sure that the way that they felt they had the right guy was they did the search for the cell phone, and it showed that he had utilized the same tower multiple times. And then they tracked his car. They found that he also didn't have a front license plate, etc. That is how they feel that they have the right person.
What I'm saying is, how did they find him?
Exactly. That is what we need to see. Exactly.
I
want to see how they got to him, because the family tree that I was sent, I wish I could show it. I didn't have time to redact it well enough, or I would show you guys. But past him on his father's side, there's the only person other than him on there is it looked like it was a second or third cousin. It was him, his dad, a second cousin, and a grandmother. And we know I don't think his grandmother had any relation to this search. It would have gone through his father.
Right.
So I think it was a second cousin, first or second cousin. But how did they get to the second cousin?
There you go. Look, now you're thinking like Tiff. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, what came first, the chicken or the egg? You know what I mean?
And we don't know how they got information on the second cousin, unless the second cousin came forward and said, "Hey, here's me." But I doubt it.
I mean, it's plausible. I don't know. I mean, maybe. But I think they had an inkling. Yeah, I think somebody gave them a tip. And the thing about it is, it's fine if you got a tip, but you got to show who it is and prove it.
Let me see if my bot is working. Somebody was wanting my email. Yes, it works. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put these up really quick. Fine. What else do I have? Subs, I think. I'm new to the Nightbot thing, so I have one set up. Okay. Did you know that wait, sorry, I skipped it. Did you know that the can driver tipped them? I would love to see that, Mrs. Kelly. Cab driver, okay, can you send that to me? Yeah, it's some sort of an informant, and I think that they're keeping it a secret, and I don't know why. If it's his DNA and he's the guy, just show everything.
I wonder, though, if it has something more to do with the safety concern, because wasn't that one of the original things in regards to them trying to get a protective order for the individual who gave their DNA? Wasn't that one of the fights that was in there like a month or so ago? And that's kind of what set off this whole thing was, well, who the hell are we supposed to give it to if we don't know who it is? And that kind of set everything off. So I'm wondering if it's just someone that is potentially either very close to Bryan, whether it could be a sister or something like that, or because that would be easy if one of his sisters sent DNA in and then they have it and it says this person shares, a parent with the killer, whatever it may be, that's going to be an easy link there. But also they are already being prosecuted out. His entire family is. So it's almost like I wonder if they're afraid that there's going to be some type of retaliation, especially if it's like a sister, because then you have to think of the other sister or his parents or something like that, where at this point they're trying to keep that held back so that it doesn't cause any more issues up till now.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Well,
maybe. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not so sure about any of it because the screenshot that I got from Ancestry didn't even have a sister on it. It would look like it was the main tree focus of this person, I guess who was doing the research, was on the father's side. It was mostly males, and then just one grandmother. But the grandmother was on the father's side.
Right.
There weren't very many female. Oh, of course, his mother was on there. His mother and father, one grandmother, and of course, no siblings. And then there was one second or third cousin. And that's it. That's all that
Oh.
was on that one on Ancestry. But
Let me ask y'all this: How do y'all feel about the officer that's been in trouble for doing what he did some foul shit on another case? Tolleson has been written up. He's undone some. I mean, you know, that's on the book. Well, how do y'all feel about him being part of the investigation? Are you okay with it? Y'all think he learned his lesson, or do you think that causes reason for concern?
I think it could go either way, but I think it all depends on how it was handled. I think if everything is above book and he did whatever his consequences were in that, then I think they don't, if he was not fired for whatever it was, then there's no reason that they can hold it against him now as long as he followed all of the rules then. I mean, does it look sketchy? Of course it looks sketchy. Optics are something that are very prevalent, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're accurate.
But like you just said, it looks sketchy. And the thing about it is just that part alone, on top of, like I said, I done said this since 2:00. I'm not saying this. I'm not a Bryan, a lover, whatever people be saying. Listen, I'm for the victims. But what I am saying is this: if you're gonna put somebody to death,
oh yeah,
you've got to know
100%.
that you know. And the reason I say that is because it is. Everybody, let's stop. Everybody that's listening, just think. Stop. Even if you're a parent or if you're not. Mallory, I know you're not a parent yet. But think about this. Think about this. Think about if Bryan was your kid.
Mm-hmm.
If Bryan was your kid, this is for everybody that's listening to me. Don't comment right now. Don't none of that. I just want y'all to think about something. If the tables were turned, and now we in the position to where Bryan's parents were, and we see all of these holes in the prosecution and the state. Now we know what happened to the victims, but now we're not talking about the victims right now. We're being honest, and we're talking about if Bryan was our kid. Can anybody on this live, or anybody 100% say, you know what, son? The state got their whole thing in a bag. They're gonna put you to death. Do you think their case is that strong? Or do you think that there's things that need to be explained?
Well, I think so one of the things that I always go back to when it comes to the Idaho case is that before the grand jury hearing happened, we had the preliminary hearing set. Now, the preliminary hearing, they originally had asked for 6 full days to be able to lay out all of their evidence against Bryan Kohberger.
Absolutely, ma'am.
They were given only 4 days, but they claimed to have enough evidence to fill 6 full days of a preliminary hearing. Now, a normal preliminary hearing is like a day, maybe a day and a half. So when we look at it at that point, that was back in earlier this year that they say they have enough evidence for 6 full days of evidence showing that Bryan Kohberger did this. Yeah. So if we think of not only the time that has elapsed since then and the potential of testing and new ideas and new evidence and new interviews, there's a lot more that's probably come out since then as well that they're going to be able to utilize. So do I think that everything that we have seen is a solid case? Hell no. There's no way. But we also only know
just a little bit.
A very small.
Exactly. And I hope everybody listened to how I put it out there and how Mallory explained it. Because that you proved my point, baby. Hell no. We don't know.
That doesn't mean that there isn't a strong case or that he should or shouldn't be convicted. But the thing is we know a very small portion of this. And the reason that we know that we only know a small portion is because they had enough information to do 6 full days on a preliminary hearing. That's not even a court. That's a preliminary hearing.
Yeah.
And so.
And they decided not to. And so we
Right.
gotta see, you know what I mean? So and since they had 6, y'all heard that, 6 full days we could have went. And for whatever reason, they decided to go to the grand jury. Am I lying?
No. And just while we're talking, I'm showing all of the documents, all of the motions and everything that's going to be brought up on the 18th.
Yeah.
Just a kind of a summary of all of the different documents.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people think that they're only going to court on 1 or 2 different things, but there's a bunch. It's going to be a huge hearing. I'd be surprised if it didn't, continue for days.
Deb, email that to me so I can look at everything that they're gonna go over when they go to, what is it, the 18th?
Yes, the 18th.
Yeah, I want to see what all they're gonna go over, because I thought it was just a couple of things.
No, it's a whole bunch, girl. It's all this stuff that I'm showing. I highlighted everything on all the different documents that's going to be brought up.
Yes, Steve, baby, I'm answering somebody in chat. Steve W, yes, baby. If you solid and you 1,000%, this man, we got his phone pings. This man has been around this neighborhood 12 other times. This man could have possibly met them at the Mad Greek. This man has been stalking them on social media. This is the man right here. This is his car. This is everything. This is the 51 terabytes. Bryan is guilty. But can you explain to me why we can't see one photo? Forget about a license plate. Those get changed daily. Show me one photo with this man in the vehicle. Not only that, I'll give you that. Let's take that back. If he left, listen, he left the knife sheath up under Maddie, right? That means he took the weapon with him. He had to take it with him because they haven't found it. You telling me that he just massacred 4 human beings and it's not a trace? Not on his door handle, not on the seat belt, not even if they say he dextered it and put on the covering and this, that, and the third. We talking about skin cells, baby. We talking about 4 individuals. Even if he got in the car and dropped that knife on the floor, or if he put it in the trunk, that is inhumanly impossible. So you got to prove it to me that he did this to these babies.
Burden, 100%.
That's all.
Yeah,
if he did it, nail his ass to the cross. But you got to prove it to me, because it don't make sense.
And that is what is so good about living in America, because we don't have to prove our innocence. They have to prove our guilt.
Perfectly stated, baby. Perfectly stated, Crime.
Thank you, dear.
That's why I say everybody's so worried about the alibi. Well, what about his alibi? Well, his alibi said that. I don't believe he was driving by himself at night, but his alibi. And people fail to realize, baby, the case was going to go on whether Bryan gave an alibi or not. You know why? I don't give a shit if he said he went to hell and came back to Baskin Robbins. The state got to prove that he's a liar. The state got to prove he's a liar, and he was at 1122 King Road, and he did this to these victims. I don't give a damn if Bryan say he went to Mars and came back. He can, because the state has the burden. You got to prove he a liar. He didn't go to Mars. He a liar. He didn't go to hell. He was right here unaliving these kids, and here's why. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Yeah. So, and then when they give me the, when everything comes out, then hang his ass to dry, but you got to prove it.
Hey, Sleuthy. She says, just wanted to clear up something about the preliminary hearing. Defense also requested 6 days and subpoenaed witnesses and planned to develop extensive testimony of all prosecution witnesses presented. Yeah, that's what should have gone down, but it didn't. They waited until the last minute and then just did a grand jury. Yeah.
Yeah. Sleuthy, do you know then, is it both sides then that asked for 6 days, or was it one or the other? I'm assuming by the way that you worded that it was both sides then asked for that many days.
They pick. Okay, so like I'm going through a probate thing right now, and there's a trial that's going to happen with some stuff. That's all I'm going to say. And the attorneys have to agree. Though they can also not disagree. Like one side can ask for 6 days and the other asks for 12, for example. But they typically will chat together, and then they'll agree on a certain number of days, and then they ask the judge for that many days, because the judge has to put it on the docket for each day and allot that much time for what they intend to bring on both sides. So they both agreed, is what she's saying, that they would need 6 days for a prelim. Then after that, then state was like, psych, we're going to go to the grand jury.
Okay, thank you for clearing
So
that up.
they didn't get their 6 days.
Yeah. Thank you, honey, because I don't know shit about shit. You hear me? All I know is what I know. And I know when the shit don't make sense.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was for the total days, they always have to agree, or then that becomes another issue for the judge to deal with. Yeah. Judges typically don't like to be put in the middle of all that. They want both parties to figure out these details together and then come to them with, okay, so we've decided on this, this, and this. Most attorneys at least go that far.
Yeah, is this the type of thing where they would have got like 3 days each, or do they go back and forth, or how does that work?
Well, I'm going to pull it up and see if it's on the docket sheet on that. Hang on a second. Okay. I don't know where it would be exactly. Does anybody happen to remember what date the grand jury indictment was? Because it's going to be right before that.
I'm not quite sure. Sleuthy did say not back and forth. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Oh, God, I don't even know where to find it here. What was your question again? I'm sorry. I forgot what I'm looking for.
No, you're good. Actually, Sleuthy answered it in chat. So
okay, cool. All right, good. Yeah. Thank you, Sleuthy UC. Appreciate you. Thank you, Peyton. Yes, absolutely, Keister Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, you can indict a ham sandwich, right? And that's why I am against grand juries. I think both sides were entitled to a preliminary hearing, especially.
Well, I mean, at least, I mean, especially something like this. What do you want to go behind the scenes for?
Yeah.
You getting ready to put him to death. What is it that you don't want us to see? What is it? What you don't want us to see, State?
That's the what's that old show we used to watch back in the day? The Pyramid. What was the number? $25,000 pyramid. That's the $25,000 question.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what we all want to know.
And you can prove his ass is guilty, nail his ass to the cross. But if you don't know,
okay, so she says the defense asked for that many days, and the state agreed. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. They can ask for whatever they want, but if one side agrees, then that issue doesn't have to be before the court. They just agree and it's done. But if they had asked for 6 days and the state said, no, we're only available for 4, then the judge would have had to make the determination how many days they both get. That happens all the time in criminal. You know, when I was at the law firm, we dealt with that a lot, where, you know, our side, so to speak, would want like a week for trial. And the state was like, there's no way you're drugging this out for a week. We'll give you 2 days. And then the judge would like usually meet in the middle and say, okay, 4 days or 5. But you don't want a judge to decide those kind of things, because then you are limited as to time. And that's why you see on some trials where they have the time clock going, where one side will have so many minutes or hours to speak and the other side has so many, and they keep everybody on track. Like, you can't go over. So you have to say what you're going to say as concisely as you can, so that you have more time, more power within the time that you're allowed. It's crazy. You don't get just get up there and just rant for, like, what do they call that when a politician will get up there and refuse to leave. What's that word I'm looking for?
What do you
They'll
mean?
get up
Refuse to
there and
leave.
as
What
long
everyone-
as they are, huh?
What word are you looking for?
When a member of Congress or Senate or whatever, they'll get up there and they'll start talking. And as long as they're still talking, it's in session and people aren't allowed to leave. What do they call that? Gosh, not Kamala, but the other
Respectful.
lady. Right? Oh my God.
Getting on my damn nerves.
I'll think of it when I'm in bed last night. Because I've watched some where they don't even go to the bathroom. They're not allowed. Filibuster. Thank you, Jeff. Filibuster. Yes. So in a criminal trial, yes, thank you so much, Pepper, too. They're
Thank
not
you.
allowed to do a filibuster where they just get to talk endlessly. They're very restricted. So,
Wow.
let's see. I'm checking chat here. Thank you, because I'm telling you, like, I'd be laying there in bed tonight, and suddenly I'd sit up in bed and go, filibuster.
Yeah.
Once I get something on my mind, it will not. Okay, 113. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, if you haven't hit like, please do. Please do. Against, oh, hush, CEO. I don't like grand juries because the defense is entitled to defend themselves at every point along the way, which is, that the reason that the defense pulled back on their motion to dismiss, they didn't take it off the table. I see channels putting out that because that was removed, then that means that they're not fighting the indictment anymore. That's not true. I just want to reiterate that for anybody that's just come in. They've only put it on the back burner. They're going to focus on the IGG stuff first. If they don't succeed there, I guarantee the next thing that we'll see is a hearing date set for their motion to dismiss. If they do, they may still do that anyway, but they may not need it. Because, of course, if they can get all the IGG stuff thrown out, Bryan will walk out of the jail. Because
Period.
they will have nothing. Because like Mallory was saying, fruit of a poisonous tree. So I think it's gonna be a hell of a court day. I really wish I had the money to get down there and see it in person. It'd be amazing. I'm such a nerd. I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
I watch, all the procedural dramas and things like that. And some things about court really are like that. But most of it is pretty boring.
Yeah.
But I still like it.
I just started watching Suits, which is all about.
I could not say it better, Skylar. Yes, I believe. Well, I mean, I don't want them to completely start over. Just throw out the indictment and then restart with the preliminary trial to get them on even ground. I agree. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think the grand jury put a halt. I think they fucked it up. I do.
Thank you so much, KA Pisces. I did get your email. I haven't had a chance to look at it. Is there any personally identifiable information on that, or are you okay with me pulling it up, or what? I wasn't sure. Your email didn't say. Thank you so much for this super chat. Hang on, let me get a drink of my water. Okay. And again, today, whenever I have a co-host that's actually done the work with me and research and everything, I appreciate Mallory very much. Any super chats or anything that I get today I'm splitting with her 50-50. So we both appreciate your support very much.
Thank you, Mallory. Thank you, Crown.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, if any other creator wants to set up something like that with me, let me know. I think it's good to collaborate with different and I don't like an echo chamber. I don't like to just sit up here with people who agree with every word that I say and call me the most brilliant person in the world, because I'm not. And I like to debate. I'd like to hear opposing views on both sides of this. Did you girls know people have called me a flip-flopper because they will see me on one channel agreeing with the prosecution side and all the points that they're put forward, and then they'll see me on a pro BK kind of thing agreeing with everything that they're saying.
Yeah.
And it's because it's true, y'all. Both sides are
because both can be right. Both can be right at the same time.
Exactly.
Well, if you're not willing to take in the information from all sides, then you're not doing a good job at looking at the case as a whole. You have to be able to be open enough to not only take in the information from both sides, but then also be able to say, okay, I was wrong about this. Like, that's fine. And this looks more and everything like that, because that's the only way that you actually are looking into the case fully.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Confirmation bias was something that I didn't learn about until I was well into adulthood. And, you know, it's kind of goes into politics. A lot of people that are really, really, really into politics, they also suffer from confirmation bias. They will not see the other side no matter what. If they're staunch conservative, I mean, they cannot stand, you know, anybody on the liberal side, and vice versa. And I'm the same way political. I am right down the middle.
Exactly. I'm like that now.
Me,
Listen,
Democrats or Republicans are just different. They're just the same butt cheeks on the same ass, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Louder for the ones in the back.
Right. Republicans and Democrats are different butt cheeks on the same butt, y'all. That's all it is. And that's why I'm right down the middle. I go right down that butt crack. And I look at
we all listen, we all gotta wipe it. Hell, it don't, we all gotta wipe it no matter what color it is. I got to wipe my ass.
Exactly. I like politics as well. I try to go down the middle. Because once I learned about confirmation bias, it opened my eyes to all the stuff that I was missing, all the information that I was missing out on because I was so stuck on one side, you know? Mm-hmm. And once I opened up and let in other media and started listening, that's the thing. Too many people don't just shut up and listen to the other side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They believe what they believe, and you cannot convince them otherwise. What was that Sleuthin just said something good too? What was that? Sure, they got whatever. Yes. Kind of like if you think your boyfriend's cheating on you and you're going through his phone all the time, you're probably going to find something that's going to make you really think he's cheating on you.
His ass going to be on that hoe like white on rice. You understand me? Goddamn me, Sleuthin. His ass going to be on her ass like white on rice, baby. Legs in the air. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, technical dragonfly. Thank you very much. Pepper, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Red, okay, yes. Red and blue mixed together is purple. Exactly. I tend to go for purple personally myself as well. It's my favorite color. Okay, anything I send you, you absolutely can plan your channel, but don't even know. Okay. Well, I'm going to look through it anyway when I'm not here so I can be sure, because I would never want to accidentally show something that would have anything private on it. That's why I'm not pulling up the.
Don't do the. Yeah, that's the docs thing. Everybody been hooping and hollering, going real life and all that old kind of bullshit. Listen, yes. I could never.
No,
I don't think I could ever be no creator. Y'all go through too much.
It gets crazy sometimes, but I just
say I love you too, pretty lady.
I stay the hell with drama. I don't want any part of it. I love everybody, and I like people who don't like each other, and people who don't like each other like me, and that's totally fine. Everybody.
But you know what? But listen, sis, listen, Mallory, listen, because look, y'all know. Listen, y'all gotta be real. Y'all gotta be real compassionate. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta take people's feelings into consideration. Y'all gotta pat them on the back and cash up. Listen, I ain't got listen. I can't do it. It's too much. I can't be your counselor. I am not Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
You better take it to the Lord in prayer.
Who said that, Elena? Let me out of it.
That was at the beginning.
Okay.
So hats off to y'all, baby. Hats off to y'all. Y'all do a damn good job, all of y'all.
Well, the way I look at it is, I went to Al-Anon. If you guys are not aware, that's for people who have an alcoholic in their family. Went to Al-Anon for years. I still go occasionally. It's amazing. Everybody should go to Al-Anon, period. It's that amazing. One of the most important things I learned there is one of their mottos that they go by. What other people think of me is none of my business.
Ain't got shit to do with me.
Yeah, it's just what they
give
think.
a damn. You think I give a damn? You ain't paid now bill. I ain't helped. I ain't called and say, Tiff, I got you this month. Who? You think I give a shit?
Oh man, who is that? Oh, guys, I gotta find this real quick. You just reminded me of somebody. Oh God. Okay, keep talking. I'm gonna find it because you're gonna correct me. What you just said. Oh, I love you.
And Mallory, now you a creator. Lord Jesus. Listen, I'm just gonna get in y'all chat every now and again. I can't handle it. No.
Well, I will say that my chat will only ever be true crime, so you don't have to worry about that.
You so cute.
Trust me.
Where's Dexter at?
Where's Dex? He's downstairs. Yeah. One of my friend's sons lost a bet, and he was going to go out on the corner of the highway that's right next to my house in a dress and a wig for losing the bet. And so he was supposed to be out there at 1 p.m. So we walked down there. Me and Dexter walked down there. We met my mom there because she was driving home from the doctor. And then he wasn't even there yet. And then I missed it because it happened at like 2:30. And I was like, ugh, everyone better have gotten pictures. But either way, Dexter got a really long walk that he was, and it's still hot here. It's not super hot, but it's hot. And so he's downstairs sleeping, guarding all of his treats because he thinks apparently that I want to eat his dog treats.
Well, at least he's loving and caring.
That's true.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he thinks I'm going to take it when I'm the one that gives it to him, but whatever. Hey, Avery.
Oh, my.
Absolutely.
Hello, Avery.
But he pops in on my lives now, too, so. Oh, thank you, Tactical Dragonfly. I appreciate that.
I'm trying to find it on TikTok because it's so funny. But of course, when I'm looking for something like this, I never can find it. It's the one lady that says, what, you don't like me? And it's just so funny. Where is it? Her reaction is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. And it completely explains how I am too. And my daughter sent it to me. She was like, Mom, if this ain't you. Because oh gosh, where is it?
Oh. Hasbro asked a question in chat and said they need Bryan to produce a knife he bought with the K-Bar knife in March 2022. Should be easy enough if he's innocent. I hadn't even thought about that aspect of if that knife sheath isn't his knife sheath, then where's the one that he bought because he bought a K-Bar knife with a knife sheath? That's a really good point. I don't know in court how that would work, but it would be very interesting. It's a good like mindset of it.
We don't know for sure what he bought. We only can see the warrants for those companies. Where is that? I have that somewhere.
Weren't there receipts that came out showing the exact purchase on Amazon?
I don't know if he bought it though.
Okay, guys, I could be wrong, but I thought that was kind of an assumption based on the warrants.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I would love. I don't know. I would love to be corrected. No, yes. No, yes.
Where is that? I have that article saved somewhere. Let me take a look. It is a really good article that explained where that came from, and downloads. Let me fix my download.
That's why trial need to hurry up.
Yes, because there's so much misinformation.
FOFA Kat said no, no, no. No receipt is published. Okay. It's all assumption. Thank you, guys. Thank you for clarifying. That helped me too.
Yeah, it's not a definite. It's just what people assume based on the warrants. And I do know that they had they put out warrants for Amazon. They put out warrants for an actual Sheath company. One of and they did come back with information that indicated that one purchaser was in Washington, and that was that investigator that did an exclusive. Let me see if I can find it here. I did a screen recording of the article because it was one of those that you could only access for like a day. Now I can't find it. I know it did. Oh, you know what? I've saved it to my computer. It might still be in the my screen recording website. I'm gonna go look there in just a minute because I don't see it here. But it's really, really good because they explained the kind of the order in which things went in the investigation from, he said, a source close to the investigation, and he sounded like he knew exactly what he was talking about. Where in the heck is it? It is such a great article. I'm gonna find it. This is a good one. Bear with me. Are there any other questions in chat that you guys can see? Where's the article?
I don't see any.
Just had it up, I think, yesterday. Let me check my screen. I try to be prepared. I try to be like you, Mallory. I try to be really prepared with everything. And
I'm over the top though, because otherwise, if I'm not, it makes me anxious.
Yes, that's how I'm feeling right now.
Well, don't worry.
Yes.
Put on a great show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Here it is, guys. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. All right. This is really good. Let me make it full screen. Come on, mouse. How is my audio right now?
You good.
A little bit like you're underwater.
Then I have to finagle it. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
I'm trying to make it big enough for people to read as well, but I'm going to read it out loud as it goes along. Well, now we're in the other end. I don't know why my computer does this. I really do not. No, let's go back. Hold on a second. See, I never finished it. I'm going to go. You can watch me do editing for just a second. Or hang on, I'll do it over here. I have to save it a little bit smaller so I can then pull it up. This is not letting me pull up the whole view. I knew I had recorded it, but I didn't know where to put it. Okay, so there's that. Really? Okay, there we go. Okay, so somebody who actually has a subscription to this sent it to me, gifted it to me. So let me name it. Okay. Now I'm downloading it so I can show you guys.
Oh,
But
Tip drop.
oh no. Okay, I'll wait to see her in chat.
Okay.
All right. This shouldn't take much. This shouldn't take much longer for this to download. I know StreamYard takes up a lot of my RAM, so it slows downloads a little bit for me sometimes, which is kind of shocking because we have a really good internet package.
Well, yeah, I've noticed though that my not only my Wi-Fi but my phone service has been so bad lately.
Yeah.
So it might just be the world in general.
Exactly.
Okay, Tiffany said her phone died, but she's in chat.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, so now I have the thing downloaded. Let me pull it up. Oh, hang on, I gotta move that. Okay, so as you can see here, I'm going to make it as big as I can without going full screen so it won't make me sound like I'm underwater. Audio still good?
Yep.
Audio still good? Okay. All right. I'm just going to read it as it plays along.
Okay.
So as you can see in the bottom, it says shared with you by Time subscriber. So they shared it with me. So I'm going to share it with you guys. Okay, so in the weeks after Fort University of Idaho, students were found slaughtered in a house near campus last November, a growing roster of investigators desperately searching for answers had yet to identify a suspect or even find the murder weapon. Publicly, the authorities were assuring worried residents in the small college town that they were making progress. Privately, they were exhausting their prospects, scouring through the backgrounds of those with the thinnest possible connections to the case. Again, this article is by Mike Baker. Through the first 2 weeks of December, investigators put some of their focus on classmates of the victims. They also widened the, come on. I thought I went through this a little quicker. I gotta wait for the video to catch up. Sorry. There we go. Through the first 2 weeks of December, investigators put some of their focus on classmates of the victims. They also widened the search to examine a man in another state who had been known to send harassing messages to women but had only visited Idaho only twice in his life. They looked at a woman previously charged with assaults in the region. Now, again, this is by somebody who had a close relationship with somebody investigating the case. So that's why I found this interesting. Okay, so they looked at a woman previously charged with assaults in the region. They looked at a man once accused of wielding a knife. They looked at sex offenders. They looked at a white supremacist. Each turned out to be a dead end. Then, after spending weeks sifting through an array of evidence that seemed to lead nowhere, investigators announced an arrest in late December on the other side of the country. Now, he's going to go through the details in just a second. Bryan Kohberger, a PhD student from a nearby university. He was identified only after investigators turned to an advanced method of DNA analysis that had rarely been used in active murder investigations. I should have said red drum, but that's okay. The story of how dozens of officers from local, state, and federal agencies took the quadruple murder investigation into extraordinary territory is only now becoming more apparent through recently, gosh darn it. Okay. Through recently obtained records and interviews with people familiar with the investigation who discussed key details that emerged before the issuance of a gag order in the case. The case has shown the degree to which law enforcement investigators have come to rely on the digital footprints that ordinary Americans leave in nearly every facet of their lives. And it did it again. Okay. Online shopping, car sales, carrying a cell phone, drives along city streets, and amateur genealogy all played roles in an investigation that was solved in the end as much through technology as traditional sleuthing. Come on. There we go. Now indicted on 4 counts of red drum, Mr. Kohberger has declined to enter a plea, but contended previously through his lawyer that he would be exonerated. Investigators have yet to detail a possible motive. To this day, family members of the victims remain unaware of any prior connections that the accused unaliver had with any of the 4 young people who were unalived. I hate having to censor myself. The process of identifying and arresting a suspect took over 6 weeks, weeks of increasing frustration and painstaking examination of evidence as the community pushed for answers. The first 911 call came in around noon, some 7 hours after the unalives. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin had been unalived overnight in their bedrooms. Initially, the Moscow Police Department described the attack as targeted and assured residents that there was no risk to the public. But with no indication of who had committed the attack or why, the authorities eventually backtracked. We cannot say that there is no threat to the community, the police chief, James Fry, said at a news conference on November 16th, 3 days after the killings. The department, which had only a few dozen officers, enlisted the Idaho State Police and the FBI to help, bringing in dozens of additional investigators. Water, hang on. Okay. Forensic teams processed evidence from the bedrooms, snapped photos around the home's back door, and hunted for footprints. Others searched for surveillance video from around town. A week after the killings, records show investigators were on the lookout for a certain type of vehicle. This is something that people don't talk about. At first, they were actually looking for a Nissan Sentra. They weren't even looking for a Hyundai Elantra at first. So let me see. Okay. Nissan Sentras from the model years 2019 to 2023. Isn't that weird? They were actually looking for a brand new Nissan Sentra at first. They ran down details of thousands of such vehicles, including the owner's addresses, license plate numbers, and color of each sedan. Just wait for it to catch up with me. I wish I had the preview. Okay. But further scrutiny of the video footage produced more clarity, and on November 25th, the police in Moscow asked law enforcement agencies to look for a different type of car with a similar shape, a white Hyundai Elantra from the years 11 to 13. Hang on, I'm going to get some more water. Okay, there we go. Just across the state border at Washington State University, campus police officers began looking through their records for Elantras registered there. Among those they found was one registered to Mr. Kohberger, who had moved to the area earlier in 2022 to pursue a PhD in criminology. Good grief. Hang on. I'm going to get a big old drink of my water.
Okay, you're good.
My throat is dry.
Yeah, me too, Delana.
I need some that's what I need to do. Next time I'm going to get me like a cup of hot tea to drink. Okay. So I love to read just to myself, not out loud. All right. So I found that interesting that they actually had him in their sights a lot earlier. They checked Mr. Kohberger's car more closely, according to a court affidavit, including visiting the parking lot near his apartment in the early morning hours of November 29th. But the vehicle was not a 2015. I'm sorry, the vehicle was a 2015, not the earlier models being sought in Moscow. I think this right here is way sketch. If they had him that early, I don't know. Maybe they missed something that they should have caught way before, waiting for IGG and all that.
Right.
And I know that a lot of people have hypothesized that what if that's when they got his DNA? What if they interviewed him at that time and got a DNA sample? What if? There's a lot of what ifs, but I'm just waiting for it to skip ahead for me a little bit. I didn't want it to go too far. I'll start reading and see if it'll catch up with me now. The next day, records show investigators in Moscow were also looking closely at another vehicle, Miss Consalves's car. Come on. How long did I think I was going to need to read this? Okay. She had purchased a 2015 Range Rover in the days before her death. Detectives gathered information on the registration, history, and legal owners, clearly interested in the history of who had owned the car. But again, the information provided few answers. With students at the University of Idaho preparing for final exams, there was a permanent sense of apprehension in the air as people began locking their doors, finally, acquiring pepper spray and asking on social media how such a brazen unaliver could remain undetected for so long in a town that had not seen a red drum in 7 years. So stupid to have to censor ourselves. Ugh. Okay. Am I missing anything in chat? Am I okay? Tag me if you need me. I can see the chat out of the corner of my eye. Okay, so the hunt broadened. Stop. Okay. The hunt broadened as investigators vacuumed up more records and data. They had already sought cell phone data for all phones that pinged cell towers within a half mile of the victim's house from 3 to 5 a.m., according to search warrant finding. And this is the first confirmation that I've seen that they did, in fact, do Stingray. That's what they're referring to here, Stingray. Where they go in after the fact. Let me pause. What, honey?
What's Stingray?
Stingray is where they go in and after the fact, if they don't have any suspects, they don't know what's going on, they can literally, there was one of the warrants that was for AT&T cell towers and some cell tower company. Yeah. That was the warrants that they did where they were looking only for what all phones and devices were active only between those hours on that night.
Oh, okay.
In hindsight. Gotcha. Yeah. And I think it probably turned up a lot of information that we won't see until trial. So people need to keep that in mind. There's a lot of information in that Stingray. Everybody that was in or around that house between 3 and 5 a.m., they know exactly who they were. Okay. So they collected victims. Good grief. I suck at recording for myself. They collected victims' bank records, emails, and social media account data. Stop. Did I just miss something else? Nope, I'm good. On December 5th, detectives made a new request for surveillance video seeking all footage recorded on UPS delivery trucks in the days before and after the killings. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, that was actually something that recently came up in Maddie's case as well. And
oh, yeah?
Because apparently they're obviously always filming on delivery trucks and such. And so
yeah.
Because for liability of the drivers. So I was really surprised, and now I seem to see it everywhere.
Hi, Jinley. Welcome, honey. Okay, so yeah, this part up here. Let me see. The next day after getting back data on Miss Gonsalves' account on the Tinder dating app, detectives asked for details of 19 specific account holders, including their locations, credit card information, and any private images, pictures, or videos associated with the accounts. We still don't know the results of those.
Right.
And we have to remember, Miss Taylor speaks legalese very well.
Yeah.
Saying, oh, there's no prior connection, the way she worded it, she's slick. We really don't know what she meant by that. They can't lie, but they can definitely use legalese to their advantage, if that makes any sense. Okay. So the request, the request allowed the inquiry to go much broader than an ordinary search for information using a single warrant to target 19 different people, said Orrin Kerr, a law professor at the University of California, Berkeley. Jin Liu, I'm sharing an article that somebody shared with me from the New York Times. So I'm getting a little more into the knife here in just a second, which I found pretty interesting. I'm just going through a lot of water here, y'all. I don't know why my throat's so dry. I know. I'm going to put a piece of gum in my mouth. That should do it. Okay. You couldn't get one warrant to search 19 houses, he said. Investigators were also working with a key piece of evidence, a K-bar knife sheath branded with the U.S. Marine Corps logo. That, come on, Debbie, catch up with yourself. Okay. That had been found next to two of the victims. They initially began looking for local stores that may have sold the weapon. Do you remember that on the news where they're showing them at the local stores?
Yep. Interviewing at the local stores. Yep.
Here's where they got some good information. A request to Amazon sought the order histories of account holders who had purchased such knives. This is going to go to something that somebody said in chat just a little bit ago. A follow-up request to eBay focused on a series of specific users seeking their purchase histories. Some had connections to the area, including one in Idaho and two in Washington, while others were from far away, including an account in Japan. Okay. Because of redactions, it is unclear if Mr. Kohberger's name came up in those records. Maybe it didn't, but maybe it did. Maybe he was one of the two in Washington. Because they were searching Amazon and eBay for purchases of those items. So we don't know yet what they found there, if they found anything at all. Okay. Come on. The overall data track was growing enormous, demonstrating the extensive breadth of data on consumer platforms that can be made accessible to law enforcement agencies when they are at the stage of hunting for breadcrumbs. Just waiting for it to catch up with me. Really, I went too far. Hang on. Okay, he says, you could say this is uncharted territory. They are novel legal questions when there are so many records out there. I love these bracelets. Aren't those just, I think somebody was selling them for a short time. Remember that? Okay. Well, stop. You saw me hit pause. Okay. So this is going to go into the IGG stuff here. At the same time, DNA from the scene was being processed. Forensic teams had examined the knife sheath and found DNA that did not belong to any of the inhabitants of the house. They ran the sample through FBI's database, which contains millions of DNA profiles of past criminal offenders, but according to 3 people briefed on the case, they did not get a match. Okay. At that point, investigators decided to try genetic genealogy, a method that until now has been used primarily to solve cold cases, not active, unalive investigations. Among the growing number of genealogy websites that help people trace their ancestors and relatives via their own DNA, some allow users to select an option that permits law enforcement to compare crime scene DNA samples against the website's data. And like somebody was saying earlier, some of them, like this, they will offer an option to opt in, but some of them make you opt out. You're automatically opted in. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. A distant cousin who has opted into the system can help investigators building a family tree from crime scene DNA to triangulate and identify a potential perpetrator of a crime. In one of the best known uses of genealogy in solving a cold case, detectives in 2018 were able to arrest a suspect in a string of R's and unalives before in California that had been attributed to the so-called Golden State Killer. Now that, wow, that case was crazy. And they used the exact same methods to find him. I forget his name, Tal something. Okay. Once a suspect is identified, a direct genetic comparison can be used as confirmation before making an arrest. With few formal regulations, the use of mass genealogy databases has raised concerns about privacy and whether limits should be placed on how the method is used. But authorities across the country say they have found potential in the system to produce leads. Excuse me. Hold on. Okay. Leads that are, where's unattainable? I was just reading. It skipped. Through traditional investigative efforts. Barbara Ray Venter, a genealogy consultant who worked on the Golden State Killer case, said there was now growing interest in using genealogical DNA, not just in cold cases, but also in active crime scene investigations. That is why the Idaho case is so interesting, she said. To do the genealogical analysis, the Idaho State Police contracted oh, Lord. Okay, contracted with a private company, Othram in Texas, which had a lab. Oh, God, I'm laughing at myself over here. Which had a lab able to produce a more extensive DNA profile from the knife sheath than the state lab was set up to examine, which is like what Leah Larkin and CC Moore agree on. State labs can only do STR, and these private companies can do SNPs, SNPs. So they can look further and wider to find matches.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That, I guess, is the company there. Okay. FBI personnel worked with the profile that Othram had produced, according to 2 people familiar with the investigation, spending days building out a family tree that began with a distant relative. So this was FBI's IGG unit. On the morning of December 19th, records show investigators had a name, Bryan Kohberger. He had a white Elantra. He was a student at the university, 8 miles from the scene. Mr. Kohberger was already out of town, his semester complete. He had driven home with his father to Pennsylvania, stopped twice by police along the way for what officers said was tailgating. Just as agents began to scour his background more thoroughly, he had been terminated from his position as a teaching assistant after what was described as altercations with a professor. I do want to stop for just 2 seconds there and show you guys something. This part, I am shocked at how many people believed what this person put out. Just last night on Twitter, I finally saw the actual receipts. So now I can show you guys. I think it was, oh yeah. Melissa, are you still in here? Do you remember Gigi that came up on your panel?
She's not, I don't think she's in here, so I think she went live.
Did she just leave? Okay, she was just in here a second ago.
Was she?
So this person, Gigi, went up on Melissa Jade's panel not too long ago and had got it saved right here. Hang on. Had actually claimed that she was the source. And which one did I put it in? Here it is. This is actual proof. Hang on. I'm going to pull it up and show you guys that that's the one thing in this article that wasn't true, but he didn't know. A lot of people really did not know that it was false. This girl, Gigi, created the letter.
Really? Interesting. You're muted if you know that. Hang on, guys. I'll be back.
Okay, I had to mute for just a second. My dog started barking at nothing.
They'll do that to you. Dang dogs.
Yes. Okay. Oop, I can't go full screen. Let me do it this way.
Mr. Kohberger, I am writing this letter to formally inform you of the termination of your teaching.
So that's Gigi. That's the one that came out with this. Jin Liu, was Gigi on your channel or Melissa's? I can't remember. So this is Gigi that went up on panel recently, and I thought it was Melissa's, but this is when she had first came out with it, right? And everybody believed it because she was reading this. They even put it on the news. She said she was she had an anonymous source.
Assistantship
So
with
she
the
goes and
Department
reads
of
this whole
Criminal
thing, which
Justice
is stupid.
in November. There was another request.
So she reads the whole thing. And Banfield went with it. Okay. This is what was on Banfield. So other people believe that it was true, right? Well, where'd that link go? Right, you love it when you close stuff out all the way. Whoops. There we go.
I'm going to tell you my source before it even airs. And my sources are Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Xana Kernodle.
What?
Yeah, that's what she said.
I'm going to tell you my source before it even airs. And my sources are Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Xana Kernodle.
That's what she thinks her sources are. Like what?
That makes sense.
She's nuts. There was somebody that put in the comments something more, but anyway. She created that. It's just a bunch of bull. And by the way, if you don't follow me on Twitter, please do. Okay, so back to this. I just thought that was kind of, I was like, wow, that's crazy. Because we all kind of knew. Oh, that's,
Yeah.
I didn't show the whole thing of it. Hang on. This right here. Sorry. Because I was going, I'm missing something. It's this right here. Okay. When you actually pull up this handbook, and I looked at every year to just because I check receipts, this is correct. The student handbook, none of them have any such chapters that her letter referred to. It's completely false. And this is the letter that she showed on her TikTok that day. And that's what, that's her channel. I don't know if it's still there, but anyway, yeah, the handbook doesn't even have those chapters. It was made up.
That's
She
crazy.
did it for
I don't
attention.
understand how people can do something like that. Like,
they are insane. I don't know. Like Dot.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys. Dot is back.
Who's Dot?
You guys remember Dot?
Mm-mm.
The one that got up and said she was outside an apartment. Hold on. That she was outside the apartment and saw Xana out there with people, specific people. Anybody remember that girl? Yeah, she's back. She changed her name. You guys be very aware. Her name now is Dee Dee Whitkinson. Hang on, I got a screenshot of it. She went into a chat last night and I got a screenshot of her profile because here it is. That's Dot now, okay?
Okay.
Dot is now Dee Dee. She started up the same BS in another channel last night. So if you see Dee Dee Whitaker, she starts saying a bunch of crap about how she was there to neighbors having at a party, blah, blah, blah. And then she'll say she's Dot. But that since people didn't believe her, she came back with a new name to try again. She's insane.
Huh.
But that's for creators who are in here. Please watch out for this person. She's apparently got a few screws loose. Okay, so back to this. I'm sorry, you guys. All right. On December 23rd, investigators sought and received Mr. Kohberger's cell phone records. The results added more to their suspicions. His phone was moving around in the early morning hours, perhaps turned off, in the hours around when the unalivings occurred. Four days later, agents in Pennsylvania reach a game-changing conclusion. The DNA in the trash can at the Pennsylvania house belonged to a close relative of whoever had left DNA on the knife sheath. Then that's when Kohberger was arrested on December 30th. So the police were sure at that point that that's their guy. I don't know if I need to read the rest of this or not. Let me see. So that was when Chief Fry said, "We have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we do still need to be vigilant," right? He said.
That's dumb.
There's a little more on this. If anybody wants this article, let me know. And that's it on there. Then Elena. Yes. Okay, so Jen Life says, "I'm just waiting for the trial because I really feel all of these things are going to be cleared up." Absolutely. it's kind of like right now we're all laying in a field. We're all looking up at the clouds, right? And we're all seeing different shit up in the clouds. We're looking at the same clouds, but we're all seeing different shapes in the clouds.
Right. That's crazy.
So that's what's confusing to a lot of people, because we feel that our perception of things is reality. We feel that what we think we know is true, and I think we're all so freaking wrong, it's not even funny. But when we see what actually happens at trial, we're all gonna go, whoa, I had no idea.
Well, right. And the craziest part too is there are so many of us that have these ideas of the potential of what could have happened. And I guarantee it'll end up being something that not one person has brought up or said. It just has to, I think, at this point.
You know who I don't think it's gonna be?
Yeah.
Let me pull up my little list here. I made a list of who it's not. Okay. Pull it up here. So it is definitely not the cartel.
Right?
It's not Jack S, Jack D.
Mm-hmm.
Not number 9 guy on the Grubhub video.
Yep.
Let's see. It's not drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about the unidentified DNA.
Bubbly Water says not Murphy.
It's not Murphy, exactly. Who else is it not, y'all? Oh, no. Wouldn't the cartel take credit? But, oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard it was the cartel.
Miss Kelly, if you're not following, Murphy has an Instagram page, and it's so cute.
Yeah, I believe this. I don't think it's.
I believe that too. I've had multiple conversations with him, and I agree as well.
Yeah. Are you in touch with him by chance?
Not currently.
Okay. Well, if you happen to be, I would like to talk to him briefly. I want to show him something really important, but private.
Yeah.
I'd like to get his opinion on it. Something I wouldn't put out there until I knew for sure. Okay, so the sorority sisters. Do you remember? Everybody blamed the sorority sisters and the frat boys. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think they have to deny it. Oh my gosh. I will. This is really strange in my opinion that the officers were in plain clothes and a hybrid vehicle. They were in the area like an hour before. They were right there, half a block away, 1 hour before. We know that.
Right. Yeah.
So where did they go after they let those 3 guys go that they gave tickets to? Where did they go? Because surely they had some sort of cam footage after that. Yeah, I believe they didn't. We just heard so much crap. Like, some are opinions and some are crap. I will say that. But some say this. They say since the state won't reveal as of now, like how they got to BK, that it just absolutely means that he's innocent, and that's really not what it means. The PCA says edged weapon, and then also says sharp force injuries. So it's 2 weapons.
Yep.
It can't be him. It's 2 people. I've heard that one. I've heard it's not his car on the Linda Lane footage. And I swear to God, if I never did, whatever days it is, they go over any Linda Lane footage in court, I'm skipping. I have seen that footage enough. Has anybody
Yeah.
blamed it on aliens yet?
Probably. I'm just not on that side of YouTube or TikTok.
Right. I did see some of it slipped over close enough for me to see. Did you see the ones about the tunnels? They said that the real unalive version tunnels under the house.
Yep.
And like a secret
see
trap door. I think we have heard it all in this case. And it has been because we're all laying in the field, we're all looking at the same clouds, but we're all seeing different shapes.
Yep.
We have no idea what's going on. So I can't wait for this trial. I really, really can't. Or at least the hearing in 5 days. 5 days. Aliens, John.
Right.
I really, Project Bluebeam, that's what it was, J Lord. Project Bluebeam, yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. Enon. Okay, so this is a good one. Enon on first interview with Unresolved Crimes. I love Vanessa. His left side of head above ears, bad shave, cut. Other side better. Why did he shave? Oh, I don't know. I'll have to go back and look. I have no clue. Yeah, here comes a man with the car talk. Car on Linda Lane footage was a manual transmission and custom exhaust.
I saw that on TikTok.
That
they were able to listen to it.
Yeah, I do agree that there's something off there, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. It's like first, he heard nothing, do nothing, blah, blah, blah. Then he heard a scream at the appropriate time. Remember when they said that if you remember correctly, the very first time that they put out said that it happened between 3 and 4. Remember? So what did Enon say?
Or
the very
2 and
first
3?
time. What?
Was it 3 and 4 or 2 and 3?
Help us out, chat. I thought it was 3 to 4.
Because I know originally they said they believed it happened between 2 and 3, and then once like the investigation started, then it switched to 3 to 4. But it was originally 3 to 4, then went to 2 to 3, then back to 3 to 4. Is that what we're saying?
Maybe. I know that they still have the MPD King Road. No, I think update page. I know they still have that up.
Yeah. I am going to have to jump down soon, though, to make dinner.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do as well. I'll look into that more. I mean,
I'm curious now, too. I'm going to look into it as well.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so then Julie says it was 3 to 4, and then early morning hours, and then 4 to 4:25. And then Bubbly says 2 to 3, then 3 to 4. So I don't know. I forgot.
Okay. It's definitely I think there's so much information out there that's been put out there that it would be interesting though to go back and put a timeline together of when information came out and when it was switched.
Right, exactly. If you guys have not joined as a member, please do. I'm working on some really cool members only stuff. If you haven't subscribed, that is free. Please subscribe. And if you haven't hit the like button, please do as well. I don't say that too much during my lives, but I try to do it a couple of times.
And thank you so much for inviting me and having me. I enjoyed working with you.
Thank you so much. Very much for coming
up. I enjoy you in general, so.
Thank you. I enjoy you as well. Yep. I've watched you for a long time.
Thank
Working
you.
hard everywhere you've been. And it's been, I think you guys, one last remark here. Mallory has a new channel. Let me go see where you're at now. Oh, I don't want to leave my chat. Hang on just a second. You
My
are
channel
at,
reward, I already started, but
you're only 32 away now. So you guys,
really?
please sub up to Mallory. I really appreciate her coming.
Thank you. I
And
appreciate that.
let me get your channel
Thank you,
link
Miss
one more
Kelly. I
time.
appreciate that. Oh, Slipper Sloth gifted a membership.
Oh, where did? There it is. Oh, thank you. Wait, I don't see it.
Really?
Yes. Where is it?
Slipper Sloth just gifted 1 membership and it went to Doc Doc. Welcome in.
Well, welcome, Doc Doc. I don't see it anywhere. It's not showing in my chat, and it's supposed to automatically be starred as well for me.
Yeah, the new ones for the new updates on StreamYard. I knew that.
That is crazy. It's not showing it to me. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. StreamYard needs to get their act together. And
Yeah, they
welcome,
do.
Doc Doc. Thank you so much. I don't want to get into the conspiracy channel, Roger. No. Nope. No, thank you. That's bad news. You need to check them out. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Melissa Tapley. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. Nobody's the Mad Greek. Exactly. Yes, I want some tacos as well. I am going to go make dinner for us as well. So thank you again for being here. I think we pretty much covered everything that we were going to.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you so much for having all the information out there and ready to go. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I want to thank FOFA again for her help on all of this. She's awesome. So thank you everybody for being here today. I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye. Give me just a second here. Let me see. Make sure there's nothing else. Where's that? All right. Yep, I got everything.
Awesome.
I covered everything. All right. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything that I forgot. So everybody have a wonderful, wonderful evening with your families. It's a brand new week. Remember to be kind to each other. Call your mom, call your dad, call your sister, call your family member that you've been needing to talk to. Do it. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust me on that. I love you all. Thank you very much for being here. I will see you next time.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Mallory. Bye, everybody.